Hello, everyone. Crazy fucking news day. Afternoon stream, let's go. Yep. Well, I mean, pretty obvious reason as to why we're doing an afternoon stream on a fucking Saturday. I was hoping to take today off, but looks like no more days off. Just constant videos and streaming and stuff. I also didn't even shave, which is a bit rubbish, so sorry about that if you're thinking I look a bit like a fucking scruff. Haven't shaved in a couple of days. And also, there's a fucking podcast out with Hassan tonight, so kind of crazy. Bad day to have family in Iran. I don't think you're wrong about that. Hold on, I'm just posting that I'm live. Wild news. I posted a TikTok. That's how big the news is. Thank you. I was thinking I looked a bit gross, but this camera's perhaps more flattering than my iPhone one. It's the lighting in here. It's sunny and shit, so you don't often see me. I've been thinking about starting to stream a couple of hours earlier and finish a tiny bit later, maybe. Starting to stream at 3 p.m. and just, yeah, because normally the reason I'm streaming later is because I like to have a break in the morning, but I've been getting up earlier, so... Yeah, I was meant to see my friends, but I'm gonna see how long I can eke out of the stream before I decide what to do. We'll see, because I'd love to be there. Already seeing people posting this is what Iranians want. But yeah. Also, by the way, this is the problem with Iran. Picking and choosing one Iranian guy who's like, I love it when my country is bombed, especially one who hasn't lived there an incredibly long time. Is an obviously shitty representation. But this is who I listen to these days. In order to get re-elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. Guys, I'm hearing this breaking news. Hold on, I just need to do a couple of things. Sorry, I've fucked around. God, also, I need to fix the notifications. Also, No Politic Here is a fantastic podcast. So, yeah. How do you feel about the Green Party? Pretty good, yeah. I like Zach Polanski. Polanski's already come out and condemned the American aggression against damn Iran. Oh, wait, why won't it let me just log into the fucking link tree? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. I don't have my fucking link tree password. Aye. I've heard about that podcast. Me too, and I love it. Do. Sorry, I realized I just have to update a couple of things and then I'm posting, because every time I post anything on my Instagram or anything, people just go, "Oh my god, I don't see your videos anymore." And it's like, yeah, because I stopped doing this shit. I stopped making these videos because it's really, really tough to do anything on a platform where they intentionally censor everything. Like, I'm pretty sure right now my video on TikTok is less viewed than on Instagram. How's that make any sense? Like, genuinely. I don't know. I should read Israel declares war on the US and Israel. I don't think that it's just blackmailing him. I mean, also one of the tough things is I'm kind of wondering what's like going to be updated. Part of me just wants to fucking stick on Al Jazeera and just watch that with all of you. But we obviously aren't just going to be watching someone else's coverage. We're going to be doing our own coverage. I hope that you're all having a lovely day, by the way. And as we are getting into the stream, it is crazy. It is a wild day. I mean, so far you can kind of see why they told Trump that it wasn't a great idea to strike Iran, right? That Iran's instantaneous choice is, okay, we're just going to cause major issues for all of your allies in the region. You know? It's pretty exciting, as always.
It is utterly ridiculous.
No, you aren't the only mod in here, don't worry. Sarah's here. Using my Red Cun's Boo-Boo to say thanks for sacrificing your Saturday afternoon to keep us informed and sane. Well, I mean, I'm also enjoying this. I mean, thank you for 8 months. That's genuinely crazy. My YouTube channel. Thank you, honestly. And it doesn't feel like a major sacrifice. I'm sad that I might not go and see my friends today, but, you know, what can you do? This is my job. It's like being on fucking call. I had to check that because I didn't want to come across as so stupid, but buenos dias from Puerto Rico. Crazy. Crazy you're watching from over there. They got Bad Bunny over there and he be singing songs, so I like that. Right. Okay, so apparently the US is claiming that they've assassinated Ayatollah Khamenei, but I don't know. According to multiple Israeli reports, Israel has assessed its attempt to assassinate Khamenei in this morning's US-Israeli airstrikes was successful. So that's interesting, but I don't know. I doubt that highly. The 20 dead Italian soldiers. What? Where? I haven't seen that, and I'd be careful believing everything you see. Who's been posting that? Because that hasn't been on anyone I've seen. I mean, apparently Trump's Truth Social account has posted that, but it doesn't seem that likely that Khamenei has been assassinated, because it would have been, if he had, I think there would have been way bigger retaliation already. NATO base in Kuwait. This is the direct attack on a base housing. They're asking Grok. It is crazy that Trump's Truth Social account has posted this.
For retirement.
Just in both Pezeshkian. What account is this? Is this actually related to Trump, or is it just a blue-ticked one? This is also just posting tons of misinformation. Israel is now claiming that he's been assassinated. Let's have a look at Israeli accounts that are talking about it. Oh my god. Haaretz fucks me over because I have an ad blocker. So, Saudi Arabia is saying that... Gosh. We may have lost a few commanders, so they've said that. Missile siren sound. Hey.
It is utterly ridiculous.
Tokyo Hands, happy birthday, man. Yeah, nothing happens. Yesterday we had some guy in here saying nothing ever happens. And Qatari Oiler, you're right. I mean, they've pushed Iran into this kind of crazy... Well, I mean, one might say it's pretty crazy, where their decision is basically just saying... Their decision is just saying, well, we're going to force the GCC into making a decision of who it stands with. Which is pretty interesting, you know, by bombing everyone, and even though they didn't allow them to use them for attacks. But, I don't know. Israel is investigating whether Khamenei... Yeah, I mean, this is quite different. Like, Haaretz is somewhere that I trust slightly more than...
It is utterly ridiculous.
Every other Israeli outlet that's out there, but it remains to be seen. Solidarity with Iran and the Islamic from the belly of the Burgerreich Corporation. I mean, look, I'm no big fan of the Islamic Republic, the government there, but it's very obvious that already a huge amount of civilians will be killed by Israel and America, that all of this is completely a war of choice. I mean, there's so many posts and so much misinformation going on right now, so we've got to be careful with what we report, but yeah, it's It's truly something. But yeah, fuck what Israel is doing to the people of Iran. Fuck what they're doing, and also fuck these people claiming that they're negotiating. All of this is based on lies as well. And all the people who make the humanitarian argument, do not fall for that shit, by the way. People who make this humanitarian argument, who make this claim that loud bangs heard in Dubai, who make this claim that this is all about, morally saving the Iranian people. Bullshit. These people don't give a fuck if you massacre protesters. In fact, they would give you more weapons to massacre protesters if you were doing it at the behest. But thanks for becoming a member, Grandma Caprio. No, I mean, Operation Forget About Epstein would be a better fucking name than... They've called it Operation Epic Fury or something to that effect. So I'm just checking if the Khamenei stuff is pretty new. I hadn't seen many people talking about it. Now, obviously, this is Khamenei's home, but I don't think Khamenei is in his home at all. I don't think there's any chance that Khamenei is just sat around in his home. I think that they've prepped way better for all of this than they did previously. Iran news link. But it's been kind of a period of waiting and just knowing that this is going to happen. Sirens sounding on the border of Jordan, Israel near Eilat. Yeah. Less homoerotic. I mean that's unsurprising. It's pretty hard. Yeah. Who's reporting that? This is yeah. So this is where Khamenei lives. This is his residency. And apparently Israeli media is talking about whether he's been assassinated or not, but I don't know. Anyway, because some of you will probably just be waking up to this as opposed to having seen it, I think it's probably worth watching Trump's statement earlier today about what's going on, because... By the way, it's all rubbish and lies. This is all based on rubbish justifications and bullshit, but this is him talking about it. By the way, him wearing this fucking stupid USA hat is insane. I don't know why he's wearing this horrible hat.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
Obviously, the US has waged a far larger campaign of terror and a way bloodier campaign.
Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
By the way, did you know as well that that was just done by like a group of students and eventually Khomeini came to back them? It wasn't instantaneous.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
I also love that he's invoking that historical example. What did you guys do in Lebanon to anger the Lebanese people? What might you have done? What caused that? I can't remember. Was it Sabra and Shatila that you were, heavily involved in, telling people that basically Palestinian militants should put down their arms and you'd protect them?
In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
Also, they had no involvement. The attack on the USS Cole was done by Al-Qaeda And obviously, Iran was opposed to Al-Qaeda. They even said... Iran even worked with the US to crack down on the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, right? That was in like the early 2000s. Cooperated briefly in 2001 to remove the Taliban from power. Like, this notion that they were really, really helping Al-Qaeda is like really quite something, but okay, thanks for that one.
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran.
By the way, this is a really fucking odd statement.
Proxy Hamas that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal. Something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested.
By the way, I noted this a couple of days ago. For the first time, Trump has started repeating this claim that tens of thousands of people have been killed. He said 30,000 the other day for the first time. Prior to that, the US hadn't actually been saying it. But apparently they'd been planning this for a very, very, very long time. And not necessarily, I mean, maybe the stock market will have a huge hit, but it remains to be seen.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
And once again, how is this a justification? Something that happened right as I was ending my stream last night was Badr al-Busaidi, who is Oman's foreign minister, came out on television and said that Iran had agreed to get rid of its stockpile of enriched uranium, highly enriched uranium, so they wouldn't be able to make a nuclear weapon. But apparently now there is nuclear weapons, so we have to attack. It's bullshit.
That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions.
They did renounce them. Can you believe that this sells with people, by the way? I know it was pretty obvious that the invasion of Iraq was based on bullshit and rubbish, but this notion that, like, there are, you know, major nuclear weapons there is insane. This is just rubbish. This is genuinely just made up slop.
And we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
It really is. This by the way, is the conflict between Iran and Israel in July, was it last year? I don't remember exactly when it was, June or July, the 12-day war. I think it was in June. that conflict is like one of the longest conflicts ever fought in terms of distance and the fact that there were no ground troops, that the two countries share no border, that Iran was firing missiles at them. Already, that was quite complex and quite difficult. Now they're claiming that Iran is going to be able to hit the US, which is thousands upon thousands of miles away.
Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces. And
once again, this is why I feel it is of paramount importance that as someone who wants change in the MENA region, who understands it, that we actually really have to push back on this notion of proxies. Because, of course, the UAE has proxies that are far more destabilizing in the region and are destabilizing to Western interests across a multitude of different contexts than Iran possesses right now. So the RSF in Sudan are just an Emirati proxy, right? Like, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing without it. The UAE backed and put into power Sisi in Egypt when he massacred thousands of people. So all of this, there is no real humanitarian argument to be made from what the US is doing, because this is not coming from a position of you should go into the country to make change on the basis of caring about what's happening there. That's not actually what they're doing. They really, really like, dictatorial regimes who do and behave in a way that is acceptable to them. That's the hard truth of this. Like, Sisi is given unlimited weapons because he dances the correct tune. He can massacre thousands and that's okay, whereas if Iran does it, no. But it's not actually about whether Iran is good or bad. It is literally they dance the wrong tune. That's what it boils down to. And, by the way, Lemon Mint Cat, you made a great point. Whenever he mentions the killing of Americans by Iran, there's like an American was killed in the West Bank just a few weeks ago. And there was another American guy who was like, I brought $8,000 to spend in the West Bank and the Israelis just stole it.
No longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill.
They seek to kill after you bomb them? You bomb them and then they seek to kill? What are you doing? You've bombed a school with children in it and killed already 60 children, and you will keep killing more and more people. This is not gonna stop. This is why it's very obvious that all of these diasporoid Iranians who kind of roam around being like, bomb, 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 who've never been there. And I understand there's genuine ire and people who are like, collapse the regime, fuck them for what they've done to us. But, like, ultimately, there are a lot of people who live in the diaspora who are right-wingers who tell you that everyone in Iran wants to see them bombed. That is not true. There are people who live there whose lives are going to be torn apart.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray.
Also, by the way, this is one of the least forward-thinking operations imaginable. The reason that this is so, like, lacks forward-thinking, especially from Europeans who are just like, awesome, is in Europe, the far right is rising. What is this going to probably provoke? A huge amount more refugees pouring out of Iran and into the surrounding countries, but also into Europe. It is not forward-thinking at all. Of course it's not. It's the exact opposite, and it's actually straining relations and destabilizing the MENA region because the GCC are in a difficult situation.
For every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world.
Also, I love how he ran on this platform of no more foreign wars and such, and then he's just like, yeah, you're gonna die, Iran's gonna kill you because they just love killing you, but it's like, hey, they're literally only getting killed because you launched a war of choice against them.
And they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, you will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered, don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
I mean, unbelievable. He's telling Iranians that they've got to rise up again. He won't betray them, right? Like, there's no chance he's gonna betray them, is he? He's never betrayed people before, has he? Protesters. He's not gonna do that, is he?
May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Invoking fucking God as you perpetrate yet more war crimes. Amazing. New Trump statement. Yeah, I've just actually seen that. I also fucking... Thomas Massie, I've just seen him being mentioned. Compare this to Thomas Massie. I'm opposed to this war. This is not America first. When Congress reconvenes, I will work with Rep. Ro Khanna to force a congressional vote on war with Iran. The Constitution requires a vote, and your representative needs to be on record as opposing or supporting this war. It is kind of crazy that, you know, Americans can just, like, the American government can just declare a war in contravention to ostensibly all of the things that are meant to be guardrails to prevent them proposing wars. There's no truth to the fact that this was preemptive. Every justification that they have is complete and utter bullshit. I don't think any of you should forget this, that every justification they have, there is no notion that the US is doing this for democracy. There is no justification that in any way that this can be done for humanitarian reasons. The US doesn't give a shit about humanitarian reasons or justifications for any of this. What they actually care about is manipulating the MENA region to be entirely under its control. You know? And by the way, already there have been some interesting responses. Have a watch of this. This is an Iranian drone. This is actually a crazy video. An Iranian drone has hit the US naval base in Bahrain. So this is the capital. Just listen to what this Bahraini guy is saying.
مسيرة يا شباب مسيرة اضرب اضرب اضرب
Udrub just means strike, strike, strike.
اضرب 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 عجل.
By the way, Bahrainis are also, and one of the reasons that I reiterate this humanitarian aspect is Bahrainis are brutally repressed by their government. Like, they arrest and destroy they arrest and destroy any kind of non-violent resistance. So this kind of notion that, you know, this is all about humanitarian reasons is a complete and utter tosh. The US government does not give any kind of a shit about anyone suffering that are not anyone suffering that are not citizens of the enemy, you know? I wish I fully understood, but I just know Udrub have reached Israel. Ballistic missiles headed for Tel Aviv. And yeah, I mean, all of the missiles going in towards Tel Aviv are always going to be the cheaper ones thus far. So last time there was an attack on Iran, an attack on Iran during the 12-day war. If you look at the amount of missiles that were launched, what you started to see was that on the first day, they launched huge amounts of missiles that were cheaper and less effective, and then as it went on, the missiles became more expensive, more complex. Also, by the way, Araghchi, the foreign, the foreign minister is saying that he believes Khamenei is alive.
Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost one or two commanders, but that is not a big problem.
He's also apparently said that Khamenei is alive as far as he knows. So, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be implausible or totally impossible for someone in the region to make claims that, like, actually, you know, this guy is alive when they're not. But I don't know. It could well be that he is alive. And I don't know if there's been an Ibrahim Traore statement on this. I have no idea. I think China... I don't know if there's been a China statement, but I can guarantee you... Wait, here's my prediction. China will say, we urge de-escalation in the region. They love that shit. China loves saying we urge de-escalation in the region, you know? I just think this situation is so fundamentally ridiculous. Oh my god, wait. Have any of you seen the CNN article about this? The CNN article is fucking insane. Timing of US-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism from Chal Shalev. The timing of the US and Israeli attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. Ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim, worshippers read the specific portion of the Old Testament known as Zachor. The passage from the book of Deuteronomy commands the ancient Israelites to remember an unprovoked attack by the nation of Amalek and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites are settled in their land. The passage is read publicly before Purim to fulfill the mitzvah of remembering Amalek as Israel's archetypal enemy. I cannot believe that they posted this and also put in the words unprovoked attack. That is genuinely insane. Why CNN are posting this, I don't know. Mentioning fucking Amalek. The Iranians, this is so obviously a war of choice. And look, that we don't need to sit here and venerate the Iranian government. But what we do have to sit here and 100% say is whatever their excesses may be, if they were perpetrating these excesses and they were allied with the West, they would totally not care at all. They would totally not care. Once again, Sisi is the best example of this. The Rabaa massacre. The Rabaa massacre is carried out by Sisi, and it ranges, I think most people estimate, about 1,000 people killed. Sisi did this to his own protesters. He massacred 1,000 people. He's continued to torture and engage in mass oppression of his own population. The notion that the US is doing this because they're interested in humanitarian concerns is obviously nonsense. The notion it's because of nuclear weapons is nonsense. All of this is complete and utter nonsense. I'm sorry. Look at the region, look at the dictatorships. It's so obvious that US influence in the MENA region revolves around building a MENA region that is benevolent to its interests. That's what it's interested in. It doesn't give a shit about brutal dictatorship. It doesn't give a shit about human rights abuses. It doesn't give a shit about nuclear weapons. It doesn't give a shit about the killing of its own civilians. All of this is nothing more than ways to convince people and give justifications to libs as well, by the way, because libs are going to sit here and libs are going to say, oh, well, in the context of what's happening, it's okay to invade Iran. Ethan Klein, someone who says he opposes the invasion of Iraq, literally sat there and said, well, I think the only option is regime change. This is a regime change war. And part of me thinks, like, today has been, I thought there'd be a larger amount of US strikes. And apparently, oh, we've also got the China statement. China have urged a ceasefire. They've expressed deep concern and called for an immediate ceasefire, but then there have also been explosions heard in Shiraz. Maybe Khamenei has been killed, but even then, killing Khamenei, what does it do? Iran is set up for this. Iran, it's kind of like Cuba in many ways. For 40, 50 plus years, people have these 40, 50 years, countries like Iran and Cuba have been entirely opposed by the West almost instantaneously on the grounds of them not instantaneously being brought under Western, the interests of Western governments. They are set up for this. They knew quite likely that their leadership would be assassinated. And one of the things that kind of makes me feel that Khamenei may not have been assassinated is that this has clearly not been as effective instantaneously as the previous time that the US and Israel did this. Well, Israel did it first. Israel did the bombardment initially. Israel did the bombardment initially and killed huge amounts of leadership figures and significant senior military commanders. And do you think Iran is not prepared for that? They were negotiating last time. What's Al Jazeera covering live? What's Al Jazeera covering live right now?
Reports of fresh Iranian missiles coming in the direction of Israeli territory, and so more sirens are expected to go off in the coming few minutes. This has been sustained almost non-stop since the morning hours when Israel launched an attack against Iran along with the United States in the hours of the morning. Israelis have been basically keeping either in the shelter or close to public shelters or private safe rooms across Israeli territory. The central area of Israel, the Tel Aviv area, the Haifa area also at the coast have been the ones most affected by these sirens.
Also, by the way, on the topic of strikes on Israel by the Iranians, it is really hard to know what is happening because Israel has instituted a strict censorship. Most people will be sheltering in their houses, and so if you're in your house and you film, a strike happening, you will be caught because geolocating from a window is so easy. Like, you will get geolocated by the Israelis. They will arrest you. So people probably aren't going to risk showing it. But I've been watching Al Jazeera all fucking morning. And in this, they've been... In terms of like their reports, they've said loads of... This lady's been saying missiles have been hitting.
What's happening today in the Middle East, these US and Israeli attacks on Iran and Iran's retaliation across the region. My colleague Zain Basravi is live for us in Doha. I told you a few moments ago about another series of booms, pretty loud booms, that we were hearing here in the studio, intercepted Iranian missiles. Zain, I was watching you on a monitor outside. You were looking up at the sky. What did you see?
second time this hour that we're talking about those loud booms. Just a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, we saw at least maybe 6 to 8 different large explosions in the sky indicating an interception by those defensive missiles, by Patriots or THAADs, against incoming Iranian attacks. The sky lit up with 6 or 7 different spots where you could see explosions happening.
Oh my god. By the way, if you're wondering what the UK's up to, Starmer is telling people off for the appalling violence and oppression against Iranian people. Amazing. Thank you. And apparently a building in central Israel has been hit, but it remains to be seen what we'll get out of that. So, yeah. I just think it's going to be very hard to know what's going on there. What kind of charges are they throwing at people filming the strikes? I don't actually know. Why are you all typing 6-7? Missile barrage fired from Iran. Okay.
Barrage every hour, sometimes twice in an hour, and between 3 and 6 different interceptions happening, indicating that those missiles are consistent as they come in from Iran.
Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi reporting live from Doha. Let's go back to Washington. Tehran had warned that it would retaliate if the U.S. were to attack Iran. It's described U.S. military across the Middle East as legitimate targets. Now, the U.S. has more than 40...
By the way, there's also, apparently, it's starting to look like there's been confirmation of the assassination of Mohammad Pakpour and Iranian Defense Minister Amir Nasirzadeh. So, Mohammad Pakpour is an IRGC commander who was apparently, I mean, his Wikipedia has already been updated to say that he's died. So, yeah, maybe he has, unconfirmed, but so far they're saying that that's the case. Israel is still hiding the aftermath of the 12-day war. This says Israel lost the war. Iron Dome footage. I'm not reverting to Shia Islam. Thank you. Thanks for the comment, but I'm not doing that. But yeah, I mean, remains to be seen if this is the case.
Air operations. And more than 11,000 troops are deployed across sites in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Kimberly Halkett is our White House correspondent. She's with us.
This lady has just been here today talking about the negotiations. I've watched way too much. I've watched way too much Al Jazeera, and I know. Anyone can edit Wikipedia. You're right, but it seems to be that people are saying that that is the case. That's the case. That he has been assassinated. Yeah, I know. It's just like yeah. It remains to be seen. Also, pretty significant news is the IRGC claims to have destroyed a near $1 billion radar of the FP132 station in Qatar. Apparently, this is something that has happened, and it's one that would help intercept missiles. So perhaps this is the path that they're going down. And yeah, Reuters is reporting as well that Guards, Iran Defense Minister and the Guards commander killed in Israeli attacks. So it does seem some people at least have been killed in Israeli attacks. And apparently, yeah, kamikaze drones are entering Israeli airspace. Mencho, by the way, Mencho Esint is a pro Iran account, but he's still pretty level-headed, and you won't find him posting just whatever. Did they actually declare war? I mean, Trump spoke about regime change. Like, they've struck them. This is pretty much war. I don't know what else you would need to call it war. Like, maybe someone would quibble with what I'm saying, and I'm not complaining or, like, saying, oh, you know, why are you questioning me? It's just, like, I don't know what else you'd say. So this is the interceptors in Israel. I wonder, I should go on Snap Maps and see what's going on. Guys, get on Snap Maps. Check Israel on Snap Maps. Well, where's Russia, Israel? Let's check Israel's Snap Maps in Haifa. I wish I could do this in front of you. Where's well, Haifa? Probably want Eilat, actually. No, I'm just getting Jordan. Jordanians are definitely using way more snap maps. It's just loads of Jordanians, like, clapping and shit. And now it's just Jordan. No, it just gives me Jordan. Okay, maybe Snap Maps isn't a great source. Yeah, at least 50 people killed in an Israeli attack on an American/Israeli. It hasn't said who it is, but the videos of strikes so far are. I showed this one earlier, but I'm gonna show it again. Which is so obviously we've seen this, but I'm gonna show this video.
مسيرة اضرب 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 اضرب.
The fact that that's getting through is troubling for the US.
اضرب 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 اضرب. عدل.
Like, I look for an off-ramp and play into the US. I think that I think I've seen one argument for what the off-ramp that they're playing for is, which is this kind of stuff, which is causing massive damage to the Gulf allies with limited weaponry, because obviously it's way harder to intercept. It's way harder for these people to intercept. Like, they do have Patriots, they have THAADs, and they have all of the Al Jazeera stuff has said that there are huge amounts of booms heard overhead. And like all day they've been saying that there've been booms overhead as the interceptors go on, because Al Udeid is the biggest airbase in the region, but they probably want to force them into taking a stand, the Gulf allies, and are like, look how we're hitting you with the most basic. You are going to have issues unless you change it. Also, by the way, you want to see another incredible video? Some guy in Bahrain is just driving around, getting as close to the US naval airbase as he can. I thought I just saw I just heard a noise, and I thought that it was going to be the planes taking off, like to go to US air bases, but it's not.
كم ما يجيني صاروخ زياده من عندهم، كم ما يجيني انا وصلت لمكانهم، بس اخاف يجيني على الراش وياهم يا شباب. انا جاي اراويكم، ما حبيت ان اشوف ما تشوفوني اياي. شوفوا يا شباب، هاي الصاروخ وصل هني، وصلنا لمكان الصاروخ، بس اخاف ينزل عليه غيره.
By the way, this is probably a terrible idea.
بس ما عليكم الديره ديرتي. شوفوا يا شباب الصاروخ اكو، وانه صاروخ وصلنا احنا للقاعده، داخل القاعده اكو صاروخ مالهم. شوفوا يا شباب، طلعوا واستمتعوا شباب، استمتعوا. هذا المنظر مو الكل براويكم اياه شباب.
These videos are so fucking funny.
شوفوا شباب، فخر لك السبعه باكو.
I can imagine, like, also it should be treated with levity, you know. For a lot of people, this is like a very dangerous situation, and you never know how it's going to unfold. But, I mean, just also some of the videos that people have been putting out are just amazing. There are more videos of strikes on Bahrain. It seems Bahrain in particular has been hit really hard.
يا الله يا الله يا الله يا.
Khamenei speaking soon via any word on Alika joining? Yeah, quite possibly. Alika will be joining. I'm going to slow this video down and we're going to watch it. Let's have a look. Look at that. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Enjoy the footage at the end. Did he? Pakistan and Iran leader still alive. Saying Pakistan. Why would, what do you mean Pakistan and Iran leader? Why would Pakistan's leader have been in trouble? Womp womp, let's start a war. Yeah, I love the Iranian propagandists who are kind of just saying that, you know,
Urume and Ilam,
who are kind of just saying, who call them the Epstein class. By the way, we're going to stick Al Jazeera back on, and I'll just interact with chat, because apparently Khamenei is about to speak, but it could be pre-recorded.
In the south of the country, in Menab County. A satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, in Tehran. It's unclear if he was inside the compound at the time of the attack or if there are any casualties. President Donald Trump called on Iranians to take over their government when he announced the attack.
Apparently Pezeshkian is alive.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Al Jazeera has correspondents in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Doha, Moscow, and Berlin. But first, let's get a report from Hamza Mohammed.
Israel and America's attacks began in the Iranian capital and quickly spread to other cities. A strike targeted a girls' school in Minab district in the south, killing dozens of students and injuring many others. In Tehran, air raids hit some of Iran's most sensitive sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy
I forgot the Iranian guy who was on yesterday. I hope he's okay.
Organization.
I hope he got his pizza as well last night.
And the Parshin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's understood not to have been harmed and to be in a safe place. Israel.
Yeah, honestly, I would be surprised if Khamenei was killed, like, in his home or in another place like that. Unless it's like a bunker buster bomb raid where they think he is. I don't know, and that doesn't seem to have occurred. I haven't seen any argument that that is what's occurred.
Said it targeted dozens of military sites in Iran and that it will continue strikes. The US coordinated the attacks with Israel. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and said Tehran must never be allowed to develop a new space.
So that's the old video of him. Yeah, I've heard that Dubai has been hit. So apparently this is a video out of Dubai, and this is geolocated to be in Dubai. That looks more like shrapnel's hit it. I don't know, though. You can hear someone British in the background. Wait, listen. By the way, this is the threat. This is the reason that Dan Kane, in part, will have told Trump, hey, maybe bombing Iran will result in some bad things. Dubai is obviously a center of Western commerce, and like, even if you don't cause all that much damage in your first few salvos, you're proving a point that, hey, we can hit you with less sophisticated missiles. But yeah, I mean, pretty crazy.
Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to US media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also went on to say, we're not giving up our right, including for enrichment. We're interested in de-escalation, he said. The attack should stop first, and then there is the possibility to talk. He went on to say, we don't need anybody for our defense.
Yeah, no news whether US troops have been hit, although the claims of the major radar looked a little dodgy at first. So this was like where you were seeing it from. IRGC Public Relations, they claim that this had been hit. The American radar, the FPS 132 had been hit. Oh my god. These apparently cost like hundreds of millions of dollars to produce one of these things, and it's probably been destroyed by Iran in one of the first salvos.
Not just the destruction of the Iranian nuclear program, but also they are talking about regime change, creating the possibility for the people of Iran to rise up and take matters into their own hands. They are talking about...
By the way, this account, which I don't know how reliable it is, has said that this strike has already been geolocated inside Dubai. Apparently, Kuwait airport has been hit too. Naval missiles, a US Sea Lift Command support ship, according to state broadcaster. Fucking hell.
The complete destruction of the missile capabilities of Iran.
I think the escalation ladder and the problem was always going to be that intercepting missiles far away was probably going to be pretty plausible with, you know, all of the assets that the US has moved there. But the fact that like a Shahed drone has managed to get through and hit Bahrain is pretty fucking shocking with all of the US assets that are in the region.
Has been inflicted on the country. The foreign minister, of course, in that interview with an American...
It's also like, when you know and understand the Middle East, like, as I keep saying, I have like no major love or veneration of the Islamic Republic. I don't. I know people who've lived there and who have spoken about what the IRGC is like to live under, and it's tough, and I think you should appreciate that, people who've actually lived there. However, simultaneously, the people they're fucking striking are the biggest pieces of shit in the world. Like, you know, we hear so much about Iranian fucking proxies. The UAE has proxies doing genocide and mass sexual violence, like on a scale that is incomparable to anything that has been claimed about Hamas by Western media outlets. But literally, they're allowed to have that fucking proxy. So when people sit here and they're like, why aren't you like loving Iran getting blown up? It's pretty obvious reason as to why.
What is his justification?
Well, the U.S. president hasn't provided a justification for why he abruptly gave up on the diplomatic negotiations, which, according to the Omani foreign minister, peace was within reach after meeting with the Vice President J.D. Vance here in Washington on Friday. And so there are real questions about why the U.S. president took the action overnight Washington time as he did. But I can tell you that many military analysts here in the United States are speculating that peace was never the end game for the U.S. president. These diplomatic discussions were merely to allow for military assets to fully get into position. And as we know, in addition to the USS Abraham Lincoln and that carrier strike group, which includes not only the aircraft carrier, but also destroyers and, of course, aircraft, there was the second deployment of a...
I'm just checking to see the Khamenei news and whether he's dead or not. There's nothing concrete as of yet. I just saw someone who I somewhat trust talking about it, but they weren't saying 100%. They were just like, if he's dead. But like, even, by the way, this is the situation in Dubai just due to shrapnel falling. The Iranian foreign minister, the Omani foreign minister, excuse me. Just look at that. That's like shrapnel, even if you intercept it. There are so many dangers provoked by Trump. It's very evident that the problem here is just... that the problems here are why Dan Raisin Kane was not interested in them doing a strike so quickly.
A sense of resignation among people there.
Oh, that's right, Adrian. From what happened this morning and the ability of the regime or the government to absorb, according to their reports, to absorb that initial wave of attacks, it's very clear that they have been preparing for this war, particularly after what happened in June, when the Iranian leadership has lost many of its members because they were not well prepared for that attack. So it's a different scenario today. And they are saying that only one or two commanders and not top commanders might have been killed, but that's not going to change the situation. That's not going to reduce the resolve and the capabilities,
I mean, I guess the thing is like, so the radar that was destroyed is a Qatari radar. And so they're in this really difficult situation of like, they've been sat there like, Trump, please don't strike Iran. And then Trump has obviously fucking struck Iran. And so what Iran has done is been like, right, we're going to hit you to force you into a position of either choosing to be with us or choosing to be with America. And if you go with America, we'll hit you even harder than we do right now and cause major economic issues for you in a way that we will struggle to hit others. And we will put you in such a situation where you force Trump to go back to the negotiating table, which I think is probably the gamble that they're going for, the Iranians right now, and like focusing less on striking Israel.
Professor of History at QA.
Professor of...
I just want to watch Andreas Krieg talking about this earlier. I'm just waiting to see if Khamenei is speaking.
From politicians.
Yeah, there's been a lot of reaction on Capitol Hill, even as the U.S. president in his video said that he's defending the American people from Iran's menacing activities. The U.S. Congress is overwhelmingly along party lines with Democrats and independents in the majority on this opposed to the president's actions. Many are calling it...
By the way, it's pretty interesting as well that Al Jazeera's reporting, obviously Qatari state-owned media, has not been incredibly anti-Iran. You know? Any report of civilian deaths? Yeah, there's a report of a civilian death in Dubai. I think they were killed by shrapnel. So here's a video of Krieg talking about this.
He's an associate professor at the School of Security Studies in King's College in London, and he joins us now live from London. One thing that is missing here, Andreas, if the U.S. is preparing for a prolonged military conflict in this region, is there are no...
Because the truth is they don't want to take the gamble that Israel and the US are operating on is but basically what the US and Israel are trying to do when what the US and Israel are gambling on is that they bomb Iran, and what will happen after they bomb Iran is that there will be a revolution again, and that it will be large, and that they will manage to take down the government. They think through massive strikes that they'll do that. That's what Trump is encouraging. It's what Israel wanted during the 12-day war. It's what so far they've been unable to get.
Ground troops to be seen so far. How does that play into how this is going to unfold?
This is the ultimate weakness and vulnerability of this entire U.S. strategy. If indeed we are going down a regime path, a path of regime change, as Trump suggests in his speech this morning, then there is this key element missing. So the Israelis think that they can mobilize a very alienated, aggrieved Iranian population to take action against their own regime. I don't see any way that can actually happen, because there isn't a coherent, consolidated opposition. There aren't any arms or weapons that are being distributed at a large scale. So basically, this is a remote standoff, air power-led campaign that can maybe lead to degradation, but actually without seizing ground and holding it, there is no way the regime is just going to collapse and disappear.
Also, something I want to note about pro-Shah sentiments online. Now, as many of you will remember, Haaretz reported, Haaretz, Shah of Iran. Ages ago, Haaretz reported that the Shah, all of this Shah stuff, was an online influence operation organized by this lady, Gila Gamliel, and really, really involved social media influence. This thing, Social Forensics, reported that apparently there was they made a 40-page report and that reviewed 213,000 accounts which attacked members of the Iranian diaspora who supported diplomacy rather than war. The report attributes these attacks to Israel. There are definitely Iranians in the diaspora who oppose the Shah, but also are in favor of war. But you've got to remember, Elon Musk controls social media. He's made his controls X. He's made his thoughts on the Shah clear. They manipulate the shit. This guy by the way, Elon Musk manipulated social media because his Super Bowl post didn't get as many likes as Biden's. I can link it. Yeah, I'll link you to the post. And I could link the Haaretz one. Oh wait, I can't do that right now, but it's quite simple to find. I just showed it.
And so this is kind of where the Americans.
Yeah, sorry, wellness over fitness. My apologies. I just call him Shah because it's like what we call him here. But you're right, he's not the Shah. Pahlavi, I'll go for.
Will run out of steam once target lists have been exhausted, which can likely become in a few days.
And there is something difficult about an operation that is solely focused on regime change also. There is a lot of moving parts here now, as you mentioned there and alluded to, that inside Iran, the U.S. and Israel have no control over. So how do you ensure that those go according to plan now?
All the courses of action that have been presented to the president, to Trump over the last couple of weeks were imperfect, suboptimal. The reason that we had nearly a month of hesitation of striking or not striking had to do with the fact that the Joint Chiefs of Staff made it quite clear to the US president that there isn't an easy way in, easy way out, and at the same time feasible, successful, and sustainable course of action on the table. And that's kind of part of the problem. What is the strategy of this campaign? And if the strategy is regime change, how can it actually be implemented? I mean, if we look at the different targets that have been struck now, it seems that the Americans focusing mainly on missile and missile production, which is one of the issues that are not on the negotiation table. So should there be any off-ramp in the coming weeks to return to the negotiation table, the Americans could then say, we can negotiate a nuclear deal because we've destroyed the ballistic missile program. But the Israelis at the same time are pushing a very much wider campaign, which I think is...
Regime change from the air is incredibly fanciful and already kept blowing up a school. Like, do you honestly think most Iranians are just going to be like, yeah, actually blowing up a school makes me feel good about the people who are coming to liberate us?
Completely fantasy land of saying we're trying to change the regime. We call all the Iranians to step up and take action and replace this regime. That's unlikely going to happen. And so this is, in many ways, a very, very flawed war based on flawed assumptions and a flawed strategy.
But if one of the goals, as you say, is to potentially force Iran back to the table on a number of other issues, how likely could that possibly be now, given that this is now the second time that Iran has been negotiating with the U.S. and in the middle of those negotiations has been hit with strikes?
It's very, very low.
Do you remember when the US and its allies told us that negotiating with Hamas was impossible? Because if you negotiate with Hamas, when you do that, they will betray you and engage in trickery. But, like, these people have literally just over and over again launched strikes on Palestinians.
Probability right now. There's no way that Iran is just...
Sorry, excuse me, Iranians during fucking negotiations.
Just going to come around. And I think the president has to understand this, and it must have been made clear by the Omani foreign minister visiting Washington yesterday. The Qataris have been obviously in constant close conversation with the Americans, made it very clear there is no way that once you escalate, you can just turn the key as you did in June last year, to just create an off-ramp diplomatically. And so it must be very clear to the president that the Iranians are not just going to return without actually getting something significant, immediate. And I think the regime now has already preparing for the last, since probably beginning of the year, preparing and dug in for a protracted conflict. And ultimately time, I think, plays on the side of the regime, while it will be very difficult for the US to sustain this campaign for weeks and weeks, and then considering that they only have two...
What was that noise?
...carrier strike groups, and then basically have to use Israel as the forward operating base, because the airspaces and air bases in the Gulf are basically off limits for the US Air Force. So it's not an easy campaign to endure and sustain.
I mean, I think that truthfully, you can say like the Iranians shouldn't have negotiated, but what the Iranians really, really wanted to do is basically negotiate as a means to get sanctions taken off, you know? And that's why they did it, and that's why they were trying to negotiate.
In your estimation, how would Iran have been using that time, as you mentioned, if they have been looking at this since the beginning of the year and thinking that these strikes were imminent? What do you do with that?
Yeah, Soleimani was lured into a trap, wasn't he? They said there was going to be some kind of negotiation.
At time.
war is really good business for you because people are interested in coverage. It's how the news works, unfortunately, mate. Like, people have said this to me before, like, oh, you know, you hope for these bad things to happen. I was making videos about the Middle East and Palestine back in 2023. Unfortunately, people are just way more interested in something when something mega exciting happens. And for many people, this is like an actual exciting thing, you know?
So
I'm not on Twitch. I probably, maybe this week specifically, I will double stream on both. Someone messaged me about becoming a Twitch partner, and I think it was legit. They were like, oh, you should multi-stream, and maybe I will.
The Iranian regime is not a hierarchical regime where decapitation is even at the tables, on the table. So if you were to kill the supreme leader or even the line of succession, which is, I think, what the Israelis are trying at the moment, trying to take out operational and strategic commanders across the IRGC, theocratic leaders, political leaders.
Oh, I see what you mean. No. It's just I get a lot of comments that's like, oh, you loved October the 7th because it meant that you could make content. It was actually, especially in the straight aftermath of October the 7th, that was really, really fucking, you know, difficult because you know you're around a lot of Palestinians and you're just seeing all of this mass slaughter and it's almost all-consuming. An event like this is always going to be all-consuming, and now I'm probably going to be obsessed with the news.
It doesn't mean that the regime is just going to collapse in. The fact is that what we've seen since January is that we have a complete decentralization of the chain of command and control. And so we see that despite this heavy attack this morning, there is no paralysis in Iran. Iran is sustaining it. We're very quick to actually fight back, to strike back across the Gulf, escalating, and the operational tempo is there. And that shows also that C2, command and control, has been completely delegated to the local level. And we also see that the Basij, for example, which is the major component of...
By the way, it is genuinely crazy that so many libs will come out and say, yeah, we should have war with Iran. This is actually good. And if you come out and say otherwise, you're a supporter of everything the Iranian government does.
The IRGC that controls the public on the ground. Basically, they organize. They have been on alert for quite some time, and they organize themselves on the local level without having to rely constantly onto the major chain of command in Tehran. And so that, again, we have to think about the...
I also, by the way, I do think you can cash in on the news if you just don't give a shit about it and you do totally careless reporting of just reporting whatever you find on social media and you just pump out shit like Iran blew up Trump's house and like you post anything that you can. But what I will say is about a lot of content creators who've made content around Palestine, like people who I like, you know, people like Noah, people like Isaac, like so many others on this platform, loads of them have shown such a large regard for Palestinian history, Palestinian literature and academia and all of this stuff. And like, you know, the only reason that people find it interesting, like when you talk about something, is if you have something that's worth saying. The people who grift are those who are just like, oh, wow, everything is happening because this Twitter account told me.
Regime as an organization, a system that looks a lot more like an insurgency group, and thereby being able to sustain pressure, than it looks like a normal hierarchical state.
And of course, like in the context of Trump killing protesters, the truth is Trump is just able to provide more for people, hence why protests are less significantly strong in many ways, if you get what I'm saying. Like, you have less protests that are like, you know, become... that require such a large crackdown because the regimes in America can buy people off with like, okay, you'll lose your job and you have a pretty good, you know, ability. Pretty good ability to do, sorry, I forgot what I was saying because someone just said overzealots is someone who just makes stuff up. Yep. Overzealots has made everything up. He messaged me this morning, the cheeky guy telling me that there was a war. I got a message at 6 a.m. because I was up a little bit late. Well, actually, I wasn't up that late. But last night, he sent me a text this morning saying war. Well, obviously, he messaged me. I have a podcast with him. I like him.
Channel saying that... an agreement is available within 24 hours. He said that we could have it by tomorrow, which is today. He said that last night. And he said that the Iranian side has given concessions that they were not available to give in 2015. So Iran wanted to avoid what you see today, the United States wanted to avoid diplomacy because they want to do regime change. This is what Trump said. This is what Netanyahu said.
Also, I'm kind of just waiting for this Khamenei speech because I want to cover what Starmer was saying. But listen to this. Iranian missiles strike central Israel. No casualties reported. One of the saddest things is that we don't get the videos. And by the way, I remember that Princess Mantis was like, posted some in her video, was like, he's anti-Semitic because he posted some meme where it was like it was like some fucking meme where, you know, where I can't remember what game it's from, but where you do something and it's like everyone like that. And it's like Iran struck Tel Aviv, everyone like that. I think maybe it's Fallout, I don't remember. Anyway. And obviously, the thing is Israel have been mass killing Palestinians. All of their propagandists online have reveled in it. And I don't want to see every Israeli get mass killed. That's not what I want at all. I don't like mass killing of people. Hence why I oppose Israel. However, what I will say is watching Israelis be made to feel some consequences for their disgusting actions that they have continually perpetrated for decades against Palestinians, against everyone, is genuinely just like, of course there's some fucking catharsis in it, and people will get mad at you for saying that, but let's be frank. Israel has carried out mass killings of Palestinians whilst propagandists have laughed and have been like, we're too strong to feel any consequences. What do you expect me to see when they are made to feel some consequences of their actions? When some fucking building gets destroyed? What, should I feel sadness as they've just carried out another war of aggression where they don't experience any consequence when they mass kill Palestinians? Let's be frank here, and I made this point. There were militarized aspects to the Iranian uprising recently. This isn't even denied. There will be people who were killed who were engaging in attempts to militarily take on a government that they do not like. When Israel mass kills Palestinians, whether they engage militarily with attempting to take Israel down, or whether they engage in non-violent protest, Israel has no consequences at all.
We're saying the talks were going well, but it's difficult to imagine that the Iranians were planning to launch an offensive.
Yes, if Gianni Infantino had just built another football stadium in Tel Aviv or in Tehran, wow, everything would be better. Also, apparently Israel is now striking more missile launchers in Iran. There are so many elements to this of like whether Israel is like whether Israel is just, oh my god, whether Israel is able to constantly take out whether Israel is able to take out all the missile launchers. But surely Iran has prepped for all of this. And by the way, I don't think Iran is using its fanciest missiles. I think that it is holding fancier missiles. Also, this is fucking Kuwait airport. One thing I also want to say is, be mindful that you probably do have friends in Middle Eastern countries. You know, if you know people, and you know, these people are going through tough stuff right now. So also don't just be like, it's epic seeing everything get bombed in many ways. And like when it comes to somewhere like Kuwait, like, yeah, maybe they've not been perfect on Palestine, but they've certainly not genocided millions of, tens of thousands of Palestinians, excuse me. Oh. This is just insane. This is their airport. And yeah, of course, people with family over there. Also, someone has... Mencho Asint has posted some videos of Iranian missiles being launched. They look crazy.
MashaAllah. Aywa.
MashaAllah. That looks crazy. Yeah, and also, by the way, I was thinking back about, like, so Israel has recently been like, oh, ex-doctor was involved in militarism. Pretty much every Israeli civilian a decent amount of them serve in the Israeli military. If you played this game of pulling up anyone's engagement with military history as a means to justify killing them, how many Israelis killed were reservists? Also, by the way, more images of the damage at Kuwait airport. Fucking hell.
ايه اه حجي بس طلعت هني ما في حريق بس دخان درون شفتها شايفها بس ما في.
So that's just a drone.
لا بس ضربت انا شفتها لكن بالساعه انا كنت يمي انا بسرداب يمي ضربت.
Well, for a lot of people who genuinely believe that Israel has a right to kill anyone linked to Hamas who may have historically been a part of Hamas or whatever military group, yes, of course, most Israelis would be a target because they did serve there. There are photos of them in full military uniform.
No.
Christ alive, the damage is actually huge. Iran has gone, I mean, look at this as well. By the way, once again, every time I've spoken about Iran, you would have heard me say, oh, all these people who are ultra confident and are just like, Israel is so military superior and America has all these carrier strike groups. Remember that there are many other things going on that you can do that are not just like directly getting into war? Sorry, that are not just direct strikes? And by the way, here's how that fire broke out, apparently. A word of advice to our regional Arab partners and other allies. Get behind President Trump and go all in to ensure the Ayatollah's Iran, which has become the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, is no more. Stand with the people and stand against the Ayatollah. You won't regret it if you do. Bro, focus on South Carolina, you moron.
And Benjamin Netanyahu.
When's this Ayatollah speech come in?
Audience. And we have seen countries around the world in the global north, countries like the UK, France, and others, line up to condemn the Iranian response. We've also obviously seen many folks who have condemned what the United States and Israel are doing. So this is something where international law, there are sometimes courts, there's other things, but customary public law that has to be communicated. I think that what really matters here is the degree to which the Trump administration's public discussions and the Israeli government's public discussions of their aims get muddled here. Was this about Iran's ballistic missile capability? Was this about the nuclear weapons program? Was this about the protests? Saying that you're doing it for any one of the reasons has a very different justification, a very different political implication. And saying that we're going to remove the top layer of leadership and then let the Iranian people do what comes naturally, that really runs the risk from the U.S. and Israel's point of view that what comes next could be much worse because the existing power structure in Iran is much more revolutionary, literally, than the incumbent leadership.
Fahd, what do you make of what you just heard there? Where do you...
Like, what comes next? You kill people who've long been conflicting in the Iranian government, in the Iranian power structure, of talking about how, you cause like this kind of situation where there's long been this situation of people saying, well, the incumbents are way too meager, that they're not getting involved in war or any of this stuff, and you replace them with people who may do that. Oh, wow, great idea, US. I wonder why your top military general was telling you that there might be an issue.
Imperialist, vicious government, and a government that attacks other countries and kills.
And also, I love all of the people who dismiss this notion that America's imperialism is the most consequential thing in the MENA region. Why the fuck would you dismiss this? Why would you dismiss this notion that it is the most consequential thing in the MENA region when the US is becoming even more imperialist than it has been, which is saying something because it has long loved being an imperialist. Seamus Malik Zerfli has been talking.
We're getting reports that a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Sources told Al Jazeera that no injuries have been reported in the targeting of the early warning radar. We are assessing the material damage, they said. We'll bring you more on that as and when we get it. In the meantime, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that British forces and planes were taking...
Okay, right. Seeing as someone keep me updated and tell me whether Khamenei comes on at any point soon. But I want to cover Starmer's statement on this. Ethan's Basement is going to have a long-ass day of fucking editing short videos because I'm going to be pumping out videos about this because I want to see what Starmer's saying. Look how meager he looks as well.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people.
By the way, I love how Iran launched indiscriminate strikes, but it's pretty evident that the US government has mass killed like a huge amount of young girls.
And communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but
apparently they did know, though.
We have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent.
By the way, how many of our allies do this? How many of our allies, like our allies, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, crushed dissent not only in their own country, but all over the region. Also, Strait of Hormuz closed. By the way, this seems to have been... Maybe Trump has killed Khamenei. Maybe he has. I haven't seen much convincing that he has. But what I will say is, so far, this is a pretty fucking stupid idea, which he was told was going to be a stupid idea by General Dan Raisin Keynes, who literally told him, this is incredibly high risk, high reward. Why, as a prime minister, do you need to come out like this today? You are in charge of a left-wing party. Why not come out and say, actually, you know what? We don't like Iran, but simultaneously, it's very obvious that Israel and America have launched a war of aggression
and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
Oh my God, the Jew... Motherfucker. What do you think Israel poses to the Muslim community, or our country, or America? What kind of threat do you think we've posed to the Muslim community? Because what I will say is, I think if you look at just the last few years, I think we might have killed a lot more Muslims than Iranians have killed Jewish people, but, you know.
Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So...
20 attacks on UK soil? What are you talking about?
It is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon.
Are you serious? This guy is such a worm. This guy is genuinely such a worm. How is this true? Genuinely, how do you actually sit here and say this? This is just untrue. This is just straight up untrue. This guy is just lying to you.
That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies.
Then tell them to... They were literally willing to negotiate that.
Including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region. many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies.
Your allies are predominantly brutal dictators in the region who engage in the kind of things that you are saying we need to attack Iran because of. One of our allies has a nuclear weapon and has perpetrated genocide recently. What interests are you protecting apart from a dictatorial MENA region?
As Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people.
By the way, you have drawn closer to the UAE than ever before. Like, realize this. The notion that Iran is this big Islamic menace responsible for everything wrong in the MENA region is responsible for the suffering of so many people around the region and people having no understanding of what is going on in the Middle East.
Who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
What? Wait.
And back to the negotiating table.
Can you actually believe that this is a real statement? That this is a politician talking? Can you believe that that is genuinely words that you hear coming out of someone's mouth? That Iran needs to go back to the negotiating table? Who the hell drove them away from the negotiating table? What on earth are you talking about? Oh my... Yeah, I don't think that this is the result of a vaccine, mate. I'm just going to stick Al Jazeera on quickly whilst I run to the bathroom. There's not much I can do about this. Sorry, I've got to pee.
Along with Israel. They needed the time to deploy the USS Ford, apparently, and the other Armada parts in the region. And hence they were involved in the negotiations to see what's what. My sense, Adrian, is that the war was launched this weekend not because there was a breakdown in the negotiations, rather because there was a breakthrough in the negotiations. Because when the negotiations are only meant to be window dressing and they sort of start to work with the mediator, Oman, in this case saying, wow, we have some real progress because the Iranians have come up with some serious economic proposals in addition to the nuclear proposals, something that really put the American delegation under pressure. That's when the United States and Israel decided to attack.
So how far are the United States and Israel going to push this? This is now not just about Iran's nuclear program, but about regime change?
Well, you see, this is the thing, right? We would have said that the nature of the operation will decide, of course, its objective. If it was limited operation, then it would be meant to bring back the humiliated Iranians to the negotiation table with more concessions. But if it is the type of operations we've heard about earlier this morning from President Trump, 8.5+ minutes of diatribe against the Iranian regime and all the evil it has committed and so on and so forth.
Iran should sink a couple of ships, make sure that everyone sees the people trying. I mean, like, who would... yeah. I don't know. Watching the... what the US has done and watching their justifications for this, how anyone would support this as a liberal... At a certain point, liberals need to admit that they are the ones bringing Trump to power because they continually think that this is an acceptable status quo, that this kind of situation where America and Israel can do whatever they please is something that Trump loves, and it's bipartisan. Oh my god, allegedly there's been another strike in Dubai. Whoa. Jesus. Wow. How are these drones getting through? It's actually unbelievable. By the way, when I was going for a pee, I saw the most incredible video. I want to show you this. So this Jalal guy said he was caught outside in, I think, occupied Palestine. But watch this. Look, it's just some Haredim guy just kind of just waving his hands around. Kind of crazy. Secular Israelis duck and hide when the siren goes off. Haredim are not bothered and can sometimes be seen yelling at the sky. My Palestinian neighbors run straight to the balcony.
Fuck. No joke. Oh my god.
I wonder how much Israel is covering, or whether those are just interceptions in the sky.
No joke. Fuck you.
Well, the thing is, by the way, the questions have long remained whether the UAE and the people there are capable or have like full ability and understanding as to how to operate the defense systems. I think during the 12-day war, there was a lot of arguments that actually people within the region did know how to operate them. Or actually, sorry, Operation True Promise 1 when things were struck down. But right now, Shaheds are just getting into places, which is kind of crazy because they're cheap, right? Like a Shahed drone is not very expensive. I mean, relative to an expensive ballistic missile. It's just crazy watching this going on. Yeah, I've seen Mencho Asint talking about a plane circling round. The Wing of Zion, as it's called. I'm just checking. It's kind of crazy because this is obviously so different to how I'm normally doing my news reporting, which is like kind of, you know, planning stuff. But I've been looking into stuff. But yeah. So these are apparently videos of, I don't want to see people getting struck. These are apparently missile launch sites getting struck by Israel. And this was going on earlier today. God, I do find it crazy as well that there's just like football being played and all of this stuff right now ongoing. And Liverpool are winning 3-0. Jesus. Just unbelievable. I hope they get the MBZ compound. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say anything mean about Mohammed bin Zayed. He's a really nice guy. Oh, apparently Netanyahu's plane is flying around in circles. Maybe he's not on it, though. I don't know. So maybe they are striking more than is being let on by Israel and its allies. Well, its allies. My fucking government. Let's see what Haaretz is reporting. So they reported at Archie saying that Khamenei is still alive as far as he knows. Also, you have Police working where interception. There's apparently no casualties. Hezbollah voices solidarity. Stops short of committing to strikes on Israel. Iranian missiles targets Israel. Siren sound. US says it will retrieve funds being moved out of Iran. Netanyahu and Trump are on the phone. Can Israelis stranded aboard due to the current war come back? Israel informed Egypt of plans to attack Iran. Oh, wow. So Egypt, by the way, you want to see how complicit somewhere like Egypt is. Egypt has known for multiple days that Israel was going to strike Iran. So this is, Trump being told that Operation Epic Fury, 4 wounded in Dubai hotel attack. Fuck. The also probably horrifying thing about that is that they're probably South Asian workers who were brought over to Dubai to be turned into basically slaves. Also, 86 students have been killed in the attack.
We know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and
Are incels naming these Operation Furies? No, Reddit fucking users are naming them. The Reddit administration are fucking naming everything.
nuclear scientists, and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the...
Yeah, Israel is calling it Lion's Roar. No doubt that's why Modi was there the other day. Modi came over and he was telling them, "We are Lion too, sir." And so he told them that we need to do it. Also, apparently Iran is attacking Doha again. Iran is just hammering Doha the most, it would seem. Like, look at this. Apparently there's more attacks. This is a very pro-Iranian government account, so maybe some lack of truth to it, but...
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I said something similar, probably not as articulately as Marwan did, but I said something similar in an earlier...
Operation Defensive Epstein, or Defensive Epstein, maybe?
States and Israel had been planning this and fully intending to carry out this this attack, right, for some time. I think their minds were...
Well, this is always going to be the issue. Like, as much as Dubai probably was begging for Trump to do this shit, and, sorry, the UAE was begging for it, look at the problem it's caused. Like, how many fucking people live there who are just going to be like... Westerners are going to be like, oh my god, there's a fucking missile hitting...
It is utterly ridiculous.
There's a fucking missile hitting Iran. I'm surprised that they didn't name it Operation Invasion McInvasion Face. You know what, Tokyo Hands? You've just got yourself a job at the fucking State Department because you've come up with a better name than Operation Epic Fury. And thanks for the 500 yen, by the way.
You know, if this were about the nuclear program, then the United States would take the negotiation.
Operation Epstein Shield? Operation Protect Epstein? Operation Prevent Any Kind of Negotiation Ever Working? These fucking people, man! They made up... These negotiations have to be the biggest joke I have ever heard of.
Canceled that agreement, so it can't really be about the nuclear program.
By the way, is the way I've got this working with just like Al Jazeera kind of on, like using it when anything important comes on and talking about like other things? Is this helpful? Do you like it, or what do you think? You know, it's just insane. Like, this is just... Oh wait, your Gopnik has come up with a brilliant name, Operation Epstein Fury. I guess that is a pretty good name. Operation Revenge for Epstein. Also, by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene is more of a moderating voice than Ethan Klein is on fucking Iran. I did not vote for this. I did not campaign for this. I did not vote for this in elections or Congress. This is heartbreaking and tragic. How many more innocents will die? Don't worry. I'm sure... Oh, my God. Wait. I'm sure Alika Lebon has given us a brilliant defense of... Wait. We got to check this. We got to check what Alika is saying. We're in the newsroom with Chris K. Yep. You are. This is the... I'm going to start up the war room. The Chris Kunzler war room. Alika Lebon hasn't uploaded a singular video. She has, however, posted this. I highly suggest you do not mess with Persian women, especially when we are defending the children of our homeland. Defending the children of your homeland by advocating for the US to blow up the children of your homeland. To every victim we lost to the Iranian massacre, to every victim we lost on October the 7th, your memory is the only thing that lives in me right now. This one's for you. Don't worry, guys. We're killing children for you. We're killing Iranian children for you. And also, to every single victim who died in the New York Correctional Facility on the 10th of August 2019. This one's for you, Jeff.
This is what they did. They try to create chaos on the ground and then hope that you know the people kind of finish the job you know on the ground, and that's what Netanyahu and Trump were speaking to in their remarks, and that's what their hope is this time around.
What does this mean for the region? Iran's...
By the way, part of me thought today Iran was just not gonna do much. That Iran was probably just gonna, you know, wait a while to retaliate. But no, they've gone absolutely crazy with it. Also, just to note, this is also apparently, this is from Reuters. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have told vessels through VHF transmission, don't know what VHF is, that no ship is allowed to pass the Strait of Hormuz via Reuters. The American Empire. I'm not gonna read that out, although it is a quote. I still won't. Not be able to. Okay, that's not a radar. Also, this is now an interceptor in Bahrain. Oh, VHF is radio frequency. Okay, cool. So this is interceptions in Bahrain.
The Iranian military action will be seen by Qatar in particular as a breach of regional security and state authority.
The attack on June, there was apparent, you know, enough heads up before the attack happened. This one came at a surprise and a shock to us in Qatar, and I think to the Qatari government, and it came, you know, as waves, not as a single attack. And I think until now, Qatar has been one of the most targeted states out of all of the other Arab states being targeted by Iran. I think the decision makers in Tehran don't understand how potentially damaging this is, not just for Qatari-Iranian relations, but also...
It is interesting. Most of the day, they've refrained from broadcasting much critical of Iran. My eyes are green/brown.
I think all Gulf states made it very clear that no strikes will come out of Gulf bases. And we can see that using open source information, that most of the strikes happen between, you know, the US and Israel from different vectors, not including the Gulf states. And I think what will be read now is that this is, and has been in the statements we've read from all the Gulf states, that this is an attack on Qatari and Gulf sovereignty.
So the Strait of Hormuz being closed is, like, incredibly significant, by the way. Like, yeah, incredibly... Is Hassan live right now? Is he live already? This is an early stream for him. Oh, that's why I declined in viewers. Oh. A lot of people are live, actually. That's why there's probably... I'm surprised there's 1,000 of you watching nearly. But yeah. Oh, I mean, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Guys, Chris's beautiful green eyes do not insult our king. Thank you.
Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' primary school in the south has killed at least 86 people. It was one of the numerous strikes Israel...
I also love, Like, this just distinction between people who actually live in Iran versus these online warriors like Alika Labon, who are just like, bomb my country, no one gives a shit, we love it when you bomb my country, and they just say it's, like, acceptable. And then people who actually live there see their kids get killed by Israel and America, you know? It's insane. It's insane. And also, Ahmed Eldin is posting around 30 joint US-Israeli airstrikes are reportedly hit Shiraz in 30 minutes. Iran responded with missiles and drones striking Tel Aviv and the Gushtan area, with casualties reported. Explosions were also reported in Dubai, Doha, and Erbil as the conflict widens. Erbil is in the Kurdistan region, right? In my understanding. It is fucking crazy.
In the northwest, in Kermanshah, Umri, and Alam, both in the west towards the border with Iraq. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and a base near Damavand as well. And as we mentioned earlier, a girls' school in the south in Manab County. A satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi.
Government, it will be
They still haven't shown Khamenei speaking, but apparently Reuters has said prior to the Iran attacks, the CIA assessed that even if Supreme Leader Khamenei were killed, he would likely be replaced by hardline elements of the IRGC. I mean, it's obviously true. Like, what's going to happen? You kill Khamenei, and then what? And it's also very obvious that Iran still has, like, a lot of means and modes of moving forward and escalating in certain ways. This is a tough situation. And who knows, maybe the US will just blow Iran completely into submission. They've already showed a willingness to just kill children at a school, but at the same time, getting this regime change they want, who fucking knows? It's really tough. I don't think they will be able to do it. Here's a thread on apparently 5 things that you have to understand from Omar Badar. 5 things you have to understand. This isn't an illegal illegal war. US law requires congressional authorization for starting wars. Trump didn't seek or get it. And international law bars wars of aggression, which this was since there was absolutely no direct threat from Iran that justified military action. 2, this war was based on lies. The nuclear question was already solved by Obama in 2015, verifiably preventing Iran from ever getting nukes. And Trump's repeated claim that Iran won't renounce nuclear weapons is a bold-faced lie. It is utterly ridiculous. Here's a coffee on me considering the end is near for us in the USA. Can't have healthcare but can protect pedophiles and bomb random countries. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I think over and over again, even before the bombing started, how much are you spending on fueling? How much are you spending on just moving all this shit over there? How much are you spending on flying Lindsey Graham over so he can go get his grinder matches up? Like, what is this fucking world, man? What is this world? The UK government is spending this whilst they deliberate over whether you should improve the lives of poor people somewhat. They're like, we're gonna go fly because we need to stop Iran getting nuclear weapons. Also, I wonder what the Gulf states are gonna do. I like, once again, I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's pretty obvious what the thing that they're thinking that they're gonna do. What they're thinking they should do. Which, as I said before, they will strike and continue to hit the Gulf over and over again to force the Gulf to force Trump into negotiating. That's what they want them to do. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. But this is certainly a shit position for the Gulf. Because obviously the Gulf have been like, yeah, we've not got involved. But Iran's argument is you are too heavily involved to never not be involved. All of your claims that you are not involved are not true because you still host these bases. You've still provided them with the ability to continually attack us and create this situation in which we're subjected to this. And I think that that's their option. Do not have US bases. Yep. This war is for Israel. Trump's demands were designed to be unacceptable to Iran. A choice between complete surrender to Israel's dominance, requiring Iran to even dismantle even conventional deterrence capabilities against Israel, or war. This reveals the real end goal of the war. Yeah, I mean, this is really obvious shit. The fact that they were putting out that, hey, Iran, you gotta, please dismantle even your ballistic missiles. It's like, what? Israel's allowed new F-35 jets paid for by the American public every 10 seconds. But when it comes to Iran, no ballistic missiles for them because they're evil, evil terrorists. By the way, I've told this story so many times. I had a friend who I got into an argument with, as not even someone who was like a big advocate for Kamala Harris, who was literally telling me that only Trump would prevent World War III, that if Kamala got into power, you would definitely have World War III. But it's pretty obvious that Trump is the one pushing them closer and is willing to forsake even his fucking allies in this situation. And yeah, of course, international law is not really very helpful when they will just get engaged in this. I have zero empathy for Persian Gulf nationals. They have been wishing. I would say not all Persian Gulf nationals are. I would say it's pretty mixed, you know. There are a lot of people who don't feel that way in the Persian Gulf. Maybe in the UAE you'd find more. But yeah, I don't know. And this is obviously a war for Israel. All of the stuff about the US being threatened, about nuclear weapons, are literally fictitious inventions that are solely premised on the notion of inflating a threat that specifically pertains to Israel. Even US soldiers who are in the region, said US soldiers who are in the region are there to operate military hardware to protect Israel. They said that we would be at brunch if Trump wins, we get to go to brunch. This war will likely be catastrophic. This is the most consequential war of my lifetime. Much bigger than Iraq. I don't know about that. I feel like making a prediction like that on the first day is... I don't know. I feel like it's pretty interesting because obviously Iraq was absolutely huge and pertained to a and led to a very prolonged occupation. Of course, the IOF said they had a right to defend themselves. What do you think that they're getting up to? Cuba should split US forces and attack lol. Yeah, I assume that Cuba, who have barely any oil, their first option is to just go and do the attack. So yeah, I assume that maybe they're going to get up to that. Is a week or a month or days away from nukes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Iran has never been able to, or has never been inclined towards building those nukes that they have been allegedly in the process of building for fucking decades, you know? It's just not true. It's all fictitious nonsense made up to sate and justify lies to a public who couldn't give less of a shit about ever learning about what's happening, you know? There are 4 injured, as I said, there are 4 injured in Dubai already. There are more loud blasts in Doha, projectiles over Dubai. It's just never, this is a god-awful decision by the US. Iraq couldn't block Hormuz. This has the potential to have rippling effects around the entire world. Yeah. I am in possession of weapons of mass destruction. It is my PC. This machine kills fascists. Has there been something... vis-a-vis Jordan, I think Jordan has shot a couple of things down. There was this video from earlier of an Iranian missile intercepted, just smashing into a home in Jordan. That is fucking crazy, though. I just can't, you know, Iran hit a US base in UAE with hypersonic missiles. It seems to be that way, that's what's happening. But also the UAE has been working hard to intercept them, but it also looked like drones were hitting in. Qatar to Europe. Yeah, I mean, oil and gas majors. By the way, also shipments via the Strait of Hormuz have been shut down. the oil shipments have been shut down by oil shippers. Oh, finally, we can still stop this war. This is a deeply immoral and unpopular war, and Trump is a narcissist who is obsessed with popularity, which means if the American people become sufficiently vocal against it, we can pressure an end to the... I would say, after having lived in Gaza... I would say, after having lived through the Gaza thing, I don't know if popularities of genocides or wars actually matter to any of these dictators.
Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky has condemned the attack and says that he will vote for a resolution in the House of Representatives next week that would compel the Trump administration to, at this point, now dial back what is already now an active military operation. For their part, congressional Democrats are condemning the attack, saying that this is putting the U.S.'s security at a greater risk than it had been before, that the U.S. was wrong to give up on the diplomatic efforts to try to put a limit on Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that they are, too, going to push to try to limit...
No, but if it does keep on going, it'll affect cost of living in the UK. It'll keep on happening. It'll be like the Ukraine war, where there's just knock-on effects of massive cost of living issues.
Risks pulling the United States into another broad conflict in the Middle East. What is Trump's plan to ensure that that actually doesn't happen?
We don't know. To put it bluntly, we had the president's pre-taped commentary released in the overnight hours here in the United States. But he, beyond saying to the Iranian people that they would have the opportunity to establish their own government once the U.S.-Israeli military operation was over, he basically said it's up to the Iranians to figure out how to install a government that they have been saying that they have wanted for nearly 50 years. You did not hear the president in that pre-recorded speech, for example, say that Reza Pahlavi, the former crown prince of Iran, would be the logical person to replace the religiously led government.
I can't wait until this becomes Vietnam and you're all drafted and you have to fight Mr. Yankees. And then you're told to go home, GI, by the Iranian. I don't know, it's fucking crazy.
Is simply going to be that, or whether there's going to be any deployment of U.S. ground forces into Iran in order to help bring about...
By the way, also really fucking funny. People just keep bringing up J.D. Vance's... This isn't even an old tweet. 20 years ago, we invaded Iraq. The war killed many innocent Iraqis and Americans. It destroyed the oldest Christian population in the world, and it cost over $1 trillion and turned Iraq into a satellite state of Iran. It was an unforced disaster. I pray that we learn its lessons. To be fair, J.D. Vance has been leaking to the press over and over again that there has been, that there is opposition to this. But yeah.
Been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation.
The reason Netanyahu is on a plane, you're right. Trump is trying to trick the Iranians into saving him from the Israeli blackmail. They're going to strike the Knesset, which just has loads of nudie photos of Trump with kids in. That's what I've heard.
Noor Aday is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, does that basically mean that communities are under lockdown now?
Well,
Well, effectively, Tom, let's just remember that Palestinians in their daily life under occupation have to maneuver through over 1,000 Israeli military checkpoints and gates. Once those gates are closed and the checkpoints are closed, Palestinians are under lockdown. They understand that reality very well, and that's why as soon as Israel announced that it is launching war on Iran, they took to the supermarkets and to gas stations to stock up as much as they can on supplies. Let's just also remember that there is a deep economic crisis here, so people are short on cash. They stocked up as much as they could, even though the Palestinian government and local authorities here assured them there is enough food.
Yeah, I love how their whole framing is Iranians are deceitful, who just don't want peace, who won't dismantle their nuclear program, and everything points to the fact that they were willing to do all of those things. And they were the ones who haven't carried out attacks during the negotiations.
The occupied West Bank, and that's when they know something is in the air. Several incidents of shrapnel, large pieces of missiles falling on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank have been documented throughout the day and this evening. One of them, in fact, almost an entire missile landed on the rooftop of a...
Oh, wait. Do you want to see an incredible video? Palestinians are up to amazing things, as always. Look at this photo of a Palestinian. Yeah, of course. Of course Palestinians bear the brunt. There's literally reporting on how Israel intentionally builds things in the vicinity of intentionally builds military infrastructure in vicinity of Palestinians. Palestinian men are doing incredible things.
Reserves the full right to respond to this escalation. And a drone targeted Kuwait International Airport on Saturday, causing minor injuries to several workers and
By the way, there have been 85 people killed at the girls' school. Apparently that is now the number of people killed there.
Reports that a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Sources told Al Jazeera no injuries were reported, and the government is assessing the material damage. Qatar's foreign ministry released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. In it, it says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian...
This is the really odd thing. Qatar is stating one thing, but as you can see from the majority of Al Jazeera's reporting, they're not really, like, coming majorly out against Iran. It's not like Iran is really behaving evilly and dangerously. And this is Qatari state media. On Qatari politics, that's where you're going to see it the most, that you're going to see it in a way where it's like, you know, working to, where it's basically working to, you know, push Qatari interests. It's not doing it, which is really interesting.
With the Islamic Republic of Iran, and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing...
Well, Qatar doesn't even just host military bases. It literally hosts the biggest US military base in the region. Kev June has a good tweet. Hey man, I'm really sorry for inexplicably punching you in the face. I just wanted to preempt the future possibility of you punching me first. If you think about it, you're actually the violent one here. By the way, someone who's been very critical of the Iranian government.
They seem to come along in waves. Can you just give us an idea of what you've been seeing from your vantage point there on the Corniche?
Well, not an hour has gone by where we have not seen and heard some kind of explosion in the skies over Doha as defensive weapons intercept these incoming Iranian missiles. And it has been a very tense day. If you look at the number of attacks we've seen as part of Iran's retaliation, it has been widespread across the region. Every country except for Oman in the GCC, in the Gulf Cooperation Council, has come under Iranian attack. And we can't underplay how significant the wide-ranging retaliation is. Now, we've heard, as you said, the long-range early warning system that tracks specifically ballistic missiles here in Doha came under attack. Dubai authorities confirming that the Palm Jumeirah, there was an incident, there was a fire, whether it was falling debris or a direct hit, that remains unclear.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, Alex Mosley. I do think, you know, you should treat this with levity and you should treat it with significance, and it should be treated as an event that, you know, is really something that is like could snowball into very significant things for all of us around the world, particularly people who live in the region the most, you know, who are the biggest threat, who are under threat from such heinous violence, you know. But yeah, I do think everyone should remember that it could end in something just awful.
Where we haven't seen any sort of interceptions or explosions in the skies. What this signals is what Iran has been saying for years. They're saying that if Iran
So Iran is retaliating against Qatar because Qatar has the biggest US military base in the region. Now, I've explained this a few times, but I don't mind keeping on reiterating because obviously there'll be a lot of change with people in here. But basically, what it is about is because they're trying, in the opinion that I've seen from a few, and the most convincing opinion is, they want to engage in as large possible strikes on all of the Gulf countries because they know that they can get the most efficacy from the lowest, from the least expensive weapons, because obviously they're closer and easier to attack than Israel with less time to intercept them. And so basically they will keep on doing this so that they can cause a situation where the countries in the Gulf are forced to push the US to the negotiating table with all of the leverage that they have. Tell people to like the stream. Okay, like the stream.
Of an idea, a sense of just how different it feels this time around.
Well, if memory serves us correctly, we were here for that attack. When they targeted Al Udeid, it was relatively choreographed. In the days after, it was clear that Iran did not want to escalate. And the United States knew that Iran would need to retaliate. It was almost choreographed with Washington, and it was almost choreographed with Qatar at the time. And those interceptions happened. There was about a dozen different missiles that Iran fired, all targeting Al Udeid Air Base. It was a dramatic moment, but it lasted about an hour or so. And it was over and announced publicly as over by all sides, the US, Qatar, and Iran. All came out and said, we've done what we had to. There were complaints back and forth. There was diplomatic statements back and forth. Qatar said that we reserve the right to respond.
It is a crazy week because this has just been teetering for ages. And I haven't sat here and been like, oh, it's going to happen. Even yesterday I was saying that I didn't know whether it would or wouldn't happen because I don't want to make predictions that I don't 100% know. But yeah, obviously it has happened, and it's significant, to say the least.
In reaction to Iranian attacks that are consistent and trying to target Al Udeid. There's a clear, desperate attempt to try to hit Al Udeid as often as possible. CENTCOM headquarters, the largest U.S. base in the region, is, of course, based here in Doha, Qatar. And throughout the day, there have been a number of attacks on several cities and countries in the region. But I think it's safe to say that Qatar has seen...
I'll pin a link to the Discord, which takes to the donation
page.
The
highest number of potential Iranian strikes and the highest number of interceptions have happened in the skies over Doha.
Okay, thank you so much, Zain. As always, Zain Basravi for us there in Doha. Well, Iran has just sent a letter to the UN. In it, it says all US Israeli bases, facilities and assets in the region are legitimate military targets. Iran told the UN it will continue to exercise its right of self-defense, quote, until the aggression ceases fully and unequivocally.
I don't know about the drone attack on Kuwait airport. I don't know what their justification for that is. I'd be interested to know.
Has called for an immediate halt to military escalation, but said it would defend the kingdom's interests, quote, with all its might. Kuwait said it reserves the right to defend itself following Iranian attacks. And Saudi Arabia said the kingdom condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the blatant Iranian aggression, warning of what it called grave consequences if violations of state sovereignty continue.
No, it's specific targets. They're attacking Al Udeid Air Base. That's the specific thing that they're going for. That's what they're interested in. By the way, if you want to hear the Israeli perspective, Naftali Bennett has been giving it on Sky News.
If there were such positive noises, why do this now?
There weren't positive noises. Iran was very clear that it's not willing to dismantle its nuclear program, not willing to dismantle its ballistic missile.
By the way, also, of course, Iran was willing to dismantle its its nuclear program, but its ballistic program? You guys have got F-35s and have been shown that it's one of the only things that can threaten you. Of course they shouldn't dismantle it. You are literally willing to go and bomb them.
Program and its intercontinental ballistic program.
You have literally bombed them during negotiations that there are positive sounds out of. The sounds were so positive that Trump has literally required himself to lie over and over again.
And not willing to stop doing terror. They were very explicit about that. So on all three grounds, they basically said no. They were given a unique chance to become a peaceful nation just like any other country. They decided that they want to continue to be a genocidal regime striving for nuclear weapons, and we had to act.
Right. I mean, the Yemeni foreign minister, who was doing the shuttling between the Americans and the Iranians, has just said this: I'm dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this. And I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. Isn't that now the danger that the whole region gets sucked in further?
This is not escalation. This is prevention.
Can you actually believe that? That he sits here and goes, oh, this is prevention. Prevention of what? You are escalating towards a regional war.
We are preventing a terrible regime that just now shot at 6 different countries. This regime from acquiring a nuclear weapon. We know that they've been building underground under Pixax Mountain, area where they would develop centrifuges where we would not be able to hit them, nor America. This is even deeper than Fordo. We know they sealed the tunnels in Isfahan in order to continue developing and creating enriched uranium. So a regime that is very active in acquiring nuclear weapons, that is building more and more missiles, including missiles that can reach London. I believe that right now they have missiles that can reach.
I also love how they're on Sky News, so it's they need to tell you, oh no, now we're threatening, now they threaten London,
center of Europe, and says it's a genocidal regime. It says day in, day out, we want to eliminate Israel. October 7th has taught us to listen to threats, to believe them.
Is the aim regime change?
The aim is to totally dismantle Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. It is true that right now, President Trump, with tremendous courage and resolve, is providing the Iranian people with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to remove this dictatorship that's been murdering them and repressing them for 46 years. But that's the Iranians' people decision to be made. It's up to them. You can't do it remotely.
Is it fair to ask?
So how you're getting the Iranian people to overthrow their government? Oh, we're just going to mass kill them.
I mean, Netanyahu asked the people of Iran to rise up last time round in June, and they didn't. Is it fair to ask the people of Iran to bear the burden here, given that thousands of them were killed just, a few months ago during the protests?
Well, the burden is that their own regime butchered 32,000 protesters on the street. This is not a burden. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that it's the Iranian people, the wonderful Iranian people, that we have a relationship.
It's also quite funny to call this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when you just bombed them recently, like a couple of months ago, trying to do exactly the same thing.
Relationship with that goes back thousands of years. It's their moment to rise up. It's their decision. We can only provide the opportunity. Now is the moment. They've been begging the world to do this, and now the United States and Israel are providing them this window of opportunity. It's theirs to seize.
If regime change requires boots on the ground, is Israel and the US prepared to do that?
Nobody's talking about boots on the ground. We're talking about a mission here where we're attacking leaders of the regime, of the terror regime.
Ah, those 60 children were leaders of the terror regime.
America is attacking the nuclear facilities. We're all attacking the ballistic.
What, so apparently the UAE has closed all of its airspace. Jesus.
Missile and you know, police centers. But it's only the Iranian people can decide their own fate. And I pray for them.
But what?
Naftali Bennett is probably, in some polling, is allegedly leading, and he will probably form the only alternative to Netanyahu. And it's just important to highlight. Look at what he's saying.
But one thing, once things start and wars like this start, it's very unpredictable and things can get out of control very quickly. How worried are you about that?
Well, the war has been going on for 47 years. Iran has launched war on our northern border through Hezbollah, southern border through Hamas, through its arms. But the head of this regional octopus, this terror octopus, has always been immune. And what we're saying is no longer, we're fed up. We're not going to be suckers where you can hit us, you can hit Americans, you can hit citizens of the whole world and kill your own people and get away with it in Tehran. And that's why we're hitting Tehran.
Right. And just finally, isn't it the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu was never really seriously interested in the diplomacy? He wanted...
By the way, also, once again, it's always this thing of blame Netanyahu for everything, make Netanyahu the problem. It's obviously not just Netanyahu. It's very obvious that Trump didn't give a shit about diplomacy either.
This kind of military action against Iran to take place?
My friend, this is not about Netanyahu. The whole Israeli people stand left and right behind this mission. We want peace. We want quiet. We don't want a Nazi-type regime acquiring a nuclear weapon. And I think it's the interest...
Bro, the Nazi-type regime in the MENA region has already got one.
Of the whole...
And yeah, terror octopus, of course, they can invoke anti-Semitic tropes, historically anti-Semitic tropes, to justify mass slaughter, but God forbid anyone talk about Israel in that way.
World, if that could be achieved through peaceful means, so be it. But the Iranian regime has insisted that they have the right to acquire nuclear arms, and that's simply unacceptable. It's their decision to make, and they made a really bad decision, and they're paying for it now.
But the whole opposition has been out. They've had Yair Lapid, who's the actual technical leader of the opposition.
Benjamin Netanyahu does.
It is an understatement.
I'm just interested in your support this time. Is that reflected across Israel, do you think? Is there a general feeling that this is what needs to happen?
Yes. This is beyond Israeli politics. This is beyond day-to-day politics. This is existential. Listen, there are the only two countries in the UN in which one of them is openly saying our aim or our goal is the total destruction of another. And this is Iran about Israel.
By the way, also, Israel's goal is the total destruction of Palestine and Palestinian people. And it's bipartisan in his country.
So this is an existential threat. It is coming to us after we were massacred on October 2023. And we're not going to allow this to happen anymore. So if everybody messes with us, this is the price it's going to pay.
And when Iran says, as it has in the last half an hour or so, that these are our sort of scrap missiles, we've got unforeseen weapons to unleash on Israel, what's your level of concern?
Well, I am concerned. I have children and grandchildren here, and I care about my people. And but...
So why did you launch an attack? Why are you fully in support of launching an attack on Iran?
I wouldn't go too far in believing them with, I mean, it's their way, a very Middle Eastern way of throwing threats into the air in the hope that somebody will get really frightened and make mistakes.
Of course, the Middle Eastern way. Bro, because you're not Middle Eastern.
We are strong. The Israeli army is strong. We've got the strongest military power in the world, which is the American Army and Navy behind us. And even
once again, the only reason that they can act that way is because they have the Americans behind them. That's literally all this boils down to. The Americans back them so they can do as they pleased. And yeah, I've seen the Straits of Hormuz is closed, allegedly. If it is true, that is like a major thing that the Iranians have said over and over again. By the way, as well, someone pointed out, and it's the same with this fucking guy, Trump is monitoring the situation from his cushy beach club in Florida, all while saying Americans may die, but that's the cost of whatever Israel wants. Of course, it's all about what Israel wants. It's all about things where people are gonna be killed and suffer, and they know that they aren't going to feel the consequences, that Iranians will bear the brunt, and that, American soldiers might also bear the brunt, but, that's their fault. I live in Bahrain, and airspace is heavily restrained ATM, and missiles and still being sent every 15 minutes, mainly to US bases, but intercepted missiles. I've seen that. I hope that you're safe, Jay Bimani. I hope that you're safe.
People of the region are losing patience to Iran. So I think this is an opportunity for us to get rid of this horrible regime.
And just finally, isn't the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu he wasn't interested in diplomacy at all. He always wanted to persuade Trump to go along with an attack like this on Iran.
Yeah, we're pushing it out now in me agreeing with Netanyahu, but I do agree with Netanyahu on this one. I thought that this negotiation was just a way of stalling. It wasn't real. And
stalling for you in America to bring in... I love this notion that it's the Iranians who are stalling, when Trump literally stalled to bring in a fucking aircraft carrier? Like, what are you talking about here? You were the ones who made the negotiations not real.
For the military option was the right option in order to try to, A, as I was saying, obliterate the military side of it, and B, pushing for a change regime. There's an...
God, I love hearing from genocidal warmongers about why it's actually good and peaceful to bomb. By the way, this is an apparent video coming out of... That's the Burj Khalifa. I've seen a few people post this. Maybe it's fake?
Sí, ahí pegó.
Chico, ahora sí se puso.
¿Qué pegó?
Le tiraron. ¿A qué le pegó? Bueno, muchachos, ¿a qué le pegó? Algún calibre.
Look at this, man. This is all fucking insane. Look at that. Wait. Look at the smoke start to emerge. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see what Al Jazeera are saying.
This is not just a U.S. war. It's a U.S.-Israeli war, and one of Israel's primary doctrines is the Dahiya doctrine, which is to try to, create maximum suffering amongst civilians. And to Dr. Fouad's point, they bombed a school and killed dozens of little girls. In 1953, the U.S. and at that time the British went in and
I'm hoping for another Operation Eagle Claw style thing where they fly in loads of Americans and it goes absolutely tits up.
Democratically elected prime minister in the history of...
I muted it because I thought that there was music on there.
They bribed people, and I think this is a similar effort. They want to create chaos and violence and then hope that some folks on the ground will carry out the actual changing of the system, but I think it's very, very unlikely.
And that's what we heard from Donald Trump as well, Paul, calling on the Iranian people to stand up and take over the streets once it's safe to do so. Can you just give us an idea, this idea of chaos and violence that Mohammed was talking about? I guess the initial strikes are the easy part in any of this, but what happens next? What is Trump's next move to go to, do you think?
Yeah, of course, the UN is useless because the people doing this war have veto power in it. The UN just serves America. It's like Trump with the board of peace. He said that the board of peace had to be made because the UN was useless. But of course, like, the UN was useless because they kept blocking it from doing anything.
Someone to fill that vacuum, which could be something like in Venezuela, which looks very much like an inside job, or it could be something that is an outcome the United States doesn't want, the IRGC actually taking effective control of Iran. It could also be that the United States believes in a day or two that it has made its point and that Iran will be forced back to the negotiating table, regime change will disappear as a goal, and President Trump will go back to his message in the State of the Union and only talk about credible guarantees for nuclear disarmament, giving up a nuclear weapon. In between those things, when you go to war, lots of things can be unleashed that you don't have any control over. You mentioned earlier that you were sure the Trump administration had taken many factors into account. I'm not sure that they did. The policy process in the Trump administration is not careful, effective, or thorough. This is an administration that runs, as the kids would say, on vibes. And the fact that we are...
By the way, categorically true. There was all of this reporting coming out saying that Raising Cane had said over and over again, be careful about the striking. This all came out this week, by the way. I remember talking about it. So you had Axios reporting this, you had the Washington Post reporting this, you had the New York Times reporting this. Trump's top general foresees acute risks in attack on Iran. They've basically gone for the highest risk, highest reward play, which is their hope of striking Iran and bringing it down and then causing a revolution there through major violence. But obviously... they knew that there were risks to doing this, and yet they fucking did it.
Incredibly. But changing Iranian government is not going to be really possible. The only people that advocate the idea of changing Iran's government as a possibility are people who work for Israeli think tanks. Other serious observers of Iran, scholars of Iran, realize that the current government came about after a very popular revolution that overthrew one of the most corrupt governments.
Oh my goodness. The guy from Bahrain just reporting this. Tony Soprano has just mentioned this. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, fuck indeed. Oh my god. You gotta wonder, that's awful. Oh my god. These people in America who are just like, we should strike them. Lindsey Graham, who goes over and calls for all of these strikes. The Israelis who are just like, blow the hell out of these countries. Do it now, do it now. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's insane. By the way, this guy who I think is... this guy who is friends with Andrew Tate, I was hoping he'd come back up because I'd forgotten his name. His name is Jules Sullivan. He's a friend of Andrew Tate's. And he's just like posting about how it's actually better to be in Dubai than the UK because you might get stabbed, but being in Dubai, even if you get struck, is it's better apparently. I don't know. It's fucking insane. Trump has brought this on.
An extensive air and sea campaign against Iran. The objectives are broad and tangible and will include strikes across the country. Dismantling Iranian security forces is the main purpose of the strikes. Well, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran.
Wait, Tony Soprano lover, you just sent me the video of the explosion. I just showed it on stream. What are you talking about? I just showed it.
It goes on to say government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Well, Marwan Bashara is Al Jazeera senior political analyst. He joins us live from where we are, also in Doha. Marwan, thanks for being with us once again. Can we just get your...
Isn't it a Shahed drone specifically?
And I think it's very important to contextualize here.
Hold on. The US wants this done as well. Iran made the gravest crime thinkable from a US perspective to resist the American empire. Exactly. And that should never, ever get lost in any of this. That what this has to do with... is not with anything that Iran engages in, but actually has to... is actually just because they don't do it. You know, at the behest of the US. As I mentioned in my fucking TikTok, if this was Sisi killing thousands of protesters, they'd love it. They would love it. They would give him more weapons to kill protesters. They would say he was restoring democracy. That's what America said, you know? It's insane that we have to sit here and be told that actually, no. The US is doing this for humanitarian reasons.
Iraqi deaths.
And thank you, by the way, Elephant Fish, for the 100 NOK, an incredibly kind donation.
They even trained an Afghan army, but 20 years later, again, they withdrew, Taliban took over, and the regime change attempt was disastrous. In Libya, there was, as I said, the United Nations Security Council resolution of responsibility to protect, not exactly regime change, but it turned to a regime change without American boots on the ground. That's important. Without American boots on the ground, the Americans were able, along with the Europeans, to change the Gaddafi regime. And the result? Disastrous. Libya continues to suffer from major divisions, major chaos, violence, and so on and so forth. So 3 attempts by the United States within 2 decades, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, proved to be more or less an utter failure. Not because Gaddafi was a good guy, he was a horrible man. Not because the Taliban are the best people, the most enlightened people, they're not. Not because Saddam Hussein ran a good government, he did not. He was a dictator. So the idea was to change those dictators with the type of American involvement with violence, military intervention, and so forth, turned out to be failure. So trying that again in Iran and expect a different result, I think there's a term for that.
That's the more shocking thing to me, QIE. You're saying that you're in Kuwait and you're saying that they're low and slow flying. The fact that these things are hitting in countries in the Gulf shows you how bad a lot of these decisions were from the US government. From the US government to launch this. It's pretty clear they've done this with little regard and a dodgy calculation, because don't forget, this isn't some new phenomenon. This is literally the goal of Israel during the 12-day war. They openly spoke about regime change and it didn't work. Some people even reported that there had been somewhat of a rally around the flag effect, specifically when this occurred. There is clearly a sect within the US government, within Iran, who does like the government there, undeniably. And when you're blowing up girls' schools, you think that that's going to solve the issue? You think that that's going to bring out, people who are massively, massively supportive? And also, by the way, there are videos in the region of people fucking celebrating the American air bases getting hit, because some people view these as occupying as well. Also, apparently there's other videos of of Bahrain, a US base being hit. Rip Epstein, you could have found a way to make so much money out of this. Uh-huh. And yeah, the way he's talking, he's talking about the fact that Gaddafi was not like some liberal, wonderful guy who never engaged in repression. It's not untrue what he's saying. But also the notion that, we have to do this to Iran because they killed protesters is bullshit. Anyone who is saying that and claims that they were once upon a time against the invasion of Iraq are liars. They're only against the invasion of Iraq because it's something that's already happened, and because they don't actually have to deal with any thoughts about their fantasies about supporting Israel and supporting American dominance, because it's over and it's done, and people agree that it was catastrophic. When they see Iran and they see bad thing happening, and now apparently it's justified to support mass killings there, of course they go and just say, yep, we love this now. Tony Soprano Lover, you just sent me something which I was literally about to show here. This is the sky of Israel, apparently. Look how many interceptors are up at the start of this situation as well. I'm not worried about anything. I'm glad to hear that you feel safe, man. I obviously want to, as someone put it earlier, we need to say that, like, people will get hurt and that is troubling, but I'm glad to hear that you're just like, yeah, it's chill, bro. One of my friends was in Jordan when True Promise 1 kicked off. And he was like messaging the university. He was like, hey, I need an extension because I'm stressed out by the news happening and all of these missile strikes. And the university messaged him back and they were like, we're going to bring you home right away. We're bringing you back home today. And he said, oh, actually, I want to stay. It's just I'm way too focused on what's going on to actually do the work. I don't feel that scared. But you sent me... Oh, these are the ballistic missile launches, apparently, from the west of Iran. It's crazy how slow these look, but they're actually so quick.
My God.
And the subsequent repression would even have happened to the same extent, if at all, without Western sanctions slash pressure in the first place. I think people in Iran, like historically, have had an inclination towards democracy and something that's accountable, something which the Islamic Republic has failed to deliver them. But of course, they, in part, are obviously, like, people. The reason so many people take to the street in Iran is because, of course, life has become very difficult for people there in many different situations, and life is really difficult to live there. I survived the second Gulf War, lol. Perspective. Yeah, I mean, true. Yeah. That if you have to laugh to make this shit manageable, then it's a valid coping mechanism. I mean, yeah, a lot of people here are just fucking laughing, it seems.
The regime and allow for some...
I'm just going to go pee quickly as well.
Certainly doubt that, because I think at best the scenario would be something that looks like a civil war. Not because, as one of your previous guests said, the Iranian regime cannot be changed ever, just because I think it is quite entrenched with some serious organization of security forces. And if the Iranian people, as Trump urged to do, turn against the regime, we're going to see a full-fledged civil war. That would be the ultimate tragedy.
Indeed. Marwan, as always, we really do appreciate your insight. We'll leave it there for the moment. Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. Waheed Asadi is in Tehran and has been reporting from the ground where ongoing strikes are shaking the Iranian capital.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now...
Wait, the BBC is reporting that apparently it can't confirm whether Khamenei has been killed. Where did you see that, Tony? Arakchi's saying he's alive, but that's a while ago. I don't know where you sent that. Unbelievable. It's just crazy. There's so much news happening right now.
Saudi Arabia has confirmed it was also targeted by Iran. The government has released a statement. It says the kingdom rejects and condemns in the strongest terms the blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks that targeted the Riyadh region and the eastern province and were repelled. It goes on to say the attacks cannot be justified under any pretext or in any way, and which came despite the Iranian authorities' knowledge that the kingdom has affirmed that it will not allow its airspace or territory.
So quickly, this is what Faytux is reporting. A spokesperson for Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs tells the BBC that he is not in a position to confirm whether Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated or not. I mean, the fact he hasn't spoken is interesting, but I haven't seen that on the BBC.
A senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He says the Israeli-US attacks have led to volatile uncertainty in the region.
It is exactly what the Saudi...
Al Jazeera just keeps reposting the same people over and over again, which is intriguing. But by the way, this person has made this point. Don't know who they are, but they're pointing this out. US destroyers launched Tomahawks at Iranian targets, but here's the problem. America doesn't have unlimited TLAMs. The Trump admin burned through big numbers in earlier strikes on Iran, Houthis, and Nigeria without replenishing the stockpiles. TLAMs would be vital in a China fight. I'm assuming that's the Democratic position. The problem is that we might not be able to blow up China, which is really troubling. Can't go to war with Iran in case we can't blow the hell out of China. Ugh, fucking hell. But Trump's, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, someone pointed this out as well. Look, mon famille, we genuinely do not have the stockpile for a full-scale hot war with Iran. If we just targeted IRGC C2 nodes and encouraged protesters, we might have been able to pull this off successfully. But we killed Iran's supreme leader, who's the one who's famously a giant pussy. We might have killed their civilian president, the one Iranians actually voted for, and we blew up a bunch of school children. I mean, I'm not seeing confirmation that Khamenei has been killed. I don't know. I'm looking in to see if Khamenei is. There's not even that much discourse about him being killed. I haven't even seen anyone else reporting on the BBC. By the way, there's more videos of Bahrainis loving the strikes, apparently. Also, I assume that there are Bahrainis don't like their government anyway. Like, a lot of people there were hugely involved in the Arab Spring protests. But I assume that that's also to do that this is also to do with them not liking the influence of the Americans within their country, which is totally fair enough. You have to put up with a major US base in your country. By the way, as well, the funny thing is Bahraini Shias aren't even, like, you know, the biggest supporters in the world of the Ayatollah. When they were engaged in a protest, it was much more a protest that revolved specifically around... It was much more a protest that was involved around... that it was much more protests that were involved around, oh gosh, just democracy. But now, like, look at them, they're just like, just supporting this. I want to see this BBC News Khamenei. There's not much reporting on this Khamenei stuff aside from that Faytux news. You would think that it would be like the front page of the BBC. Look at this one. Look at what the BBC's reporting on the real important stuff. Long-time expats in Dubai finding today hard to believe those of us traveling with Trump this weekend will have not received any word of when or if we will hear from him today. For now, we know that Trump is at Mar-a-Lago, from where he spoke to Netanyahu earlier, and from where he is monitoring the situation. By the way, if Trump was more competent and hadn't had a stroke, he would have been talking about, he would have been appearing live, but it's pretty obvious that Trump is not as competent as he once was. Oh, wait. Bahrain is now threatening to arrest people for filming it. The Ministry of Interior confirms that anyone who films and publishes or republishes videos clips from the event sites exposes themselves to legal accountability, as this constitutes a legal violation that harms public order and safety. They're scared that this will provoke protests because people are like, fuck you and fuck you for hosting a base here. Yeah, and also this Strait of Hormuz stuff is true, by the way. Wow. By the way, once again, the guy yesterday who said nothing ever happens. You got egg on your face now, my boy. But there's not, I can't see anything about Khamenei on here. Maybe it's in BBC Persian. I can't see anything about Khamenei even in BBC Persian. God. Israeli military says it has completed a massive attack. This doesn't even seem to be on BBC Persian. I wouldn't rely on that. If Iran took the opportunity for decapitations across the pro-Zio Arab countries, it could be an Arab summer. Remains to be seen. They said live and haven't updated it. I'd be surprised if they hadn't updated it. I don't know. I think that Faytux may not always be the most reliable. I don't know. I don't know. But maybe it is. Maybe it is. I mean, him not speaking is intriguing as to whether there's something more significant having happened. Why isn't Trump talking? Maybe Khamenei, he was like, Khamenei was one of Trump's Horcruxes, and because Khamenei has died, it means that if he's died, Trump dies too. The two are inextricably linked together.
Almost 8. John, you just watched...
Right, let's go back to Al Jazeera quick.
Said the U.S.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian...
It is Khamenei, isn't it? It's not Khomeini. Khomeini was the previous ruler. Khamenei. Am I wrong?
Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Mohammed Val is in Tehran for us. Mohammed, I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that there has been an attack on a sports hall in southern Iran that's killed at least 15 people. Do you have any more details at this point?
We don't have details in terms of any new death toll, for instance. We still hear only about 15 people, but we understand this may develop into more casualties, as we have seen with the strike earlier today on a school in another area of Iran. The toll began with about 20 people, and then it rose to more.
Because Khomeini is from Khomein, I believe, which is a place in Iran, Khamenei city, and Khamenei is also a city, or he's from somewhere. Khamenei, he's from. I think that's where Khamenei is from, if I'm right. Yeah. Of Khamenei is what it would mean. Yeah, is what it would mean.
7 loud explosions in western and eastern parts of the Iranian capital. Other cities have also been targeted, according to the reports we have, including Zanjan in the west, Urmia in the west also, Bushehr in the south, and the whole city of Qum, south of Tehran, as well as Garmadare in Al-Burz province.
Look at the explosions, by the way, in Zanjan. This is the one they're talking about. That's either a huge bombing raid, or they've struck something else that's like an ammunition depot. But I don't know if that's what an ammunition depot exploding looks like. Or is that some kind of incendiary round? Look at that, fuck. Oof.
As spies for the enemy to create chaos and confusion in the country.
OK, we're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. And I know Donald Trump hasn't spoken or been seen himself so far there today, but I understand that the White House has put out a statement explaining exactly what he has been up to in the last few hours.
Well, according to the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, the president did have a phone conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There's also reporting indicating that the defense secretary was at Mar-a-Lago with the president as the airstrikes were being launched overnight East Coast time. We've also understand from a U.S. official that in addition to a classified briefing, which the Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with the so-called Gang of Eight, top political and intelligence leaders.
Do you honestly think, do you guys think that the US miscalculated that Iran would do all of this? Do you honestly, like, Iran has said multiple times, we will strike, and obviously previously they've done, like, empty base striking. This does not look like empty base striking, especially in the context of how heavily places like Qatar have been defending. It's pretty crazy.
In the House Armed Services Committees to inform them of this action, but this is not the kind of notification that would satisfy the 1973 War Powers Resolution. Numerous congressional Democrats are saying that Congress needs to reconvene immediately in order to vote on whether to...
I don't know how long I'm planning to stream today. It remains to be seen. And what you do... I do think that they've planned this for years, don't get me wrong, Andrew, but I also do think, in part, they underestimated that Iran would do shit like actually close the Strait of Hormuz.
Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless.
Which may also perhaps be indicative that that Khamenei is maybe no longer alive.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future.
Oh my god, have you guys seen what's happening in Dubai? No fucking way. Look what's happened in Dubai. Iran have sent Godzilla to attack the Dubai. Oh my god. Oh wow. Also, people in Israel, stuff's starting to get out now. Look at this.
וואו, זה יפה. וואו. שמעון, אתה רואה? קבלו את זה מלמעלה.
Ooh. You gotta wonder how long it is before things start getting even worse. Like, I remember thinking at the start of the previous assault that it was like that it was like gonna get really significant. This looks hugely significant, way more significant than the last time, which is really saying something. It's pretty clear that the US has taken a gamble here that maybe it turns out it works, but I fucking don't know. This looks pretty crazy. And also, there's another problem for Dubai. If Dubai gets leveled, then they can't even check dental records for identification because they've all got the same set. These are real questions. First, they're attacked by Godzilla. Then you can't even, deal with, then you can't even, talk to them. Then you can't even identify them because they've all got the same teeth. By the way, Nuno Politic is up, so that if anyone wants to watch after. Oh, where's my mouse gone? Oh, it's here somewhere.
Capability, the doctrine in Israel of needing to be the hegemon in the region is one that does not have any pushback in Israeli politics or society. And that's why, even though the Israeli public has been prepared for a war that will exact a price, it's not clear what that price will be yet, but it will disrupt their lives. A state of emergency is in place in Israel. There are no public functions. There is no school. People have to stay next to the shelter.
I also love that Israelis feeling any consequence apparently invokes sympathy, and that we should all be really sympathetic to, that we should all be really sympathetic towards Israel because they're suffering a bit when they inflict this kind of stuff on Palestinians every single fucking day.
To US media, Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us,
look at that.
They know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation.
That's fucking shrapnel in northern Israel.
This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
Araghchi also stressed that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium.
We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people. I can tell you one of our needs. It is a Tehran research reactor. This is a small reactor.
By the way, also, Iran doing this, and, you know, all of this stuff, like, there's definitely stuff, and it's like, oh my god, are they striking civilian areas? Like, all of the chaos being caused. But then I think you've got to remember that Israel fucking blew up Qatar to try and assassinate Hamas leaders that wasn't even successful. They've bombed Syria, Yemen, pretty much any country that they can get their hands on. But all of a sudden, Iran does it. And the whole chorus of European countries are out here going, yeah, Iran, no bombing Iran, bad Iran.
Well, what we have seen so far is a demonstration that took place at the Palestine Square here in Tehran earlier this afternoon. We can't estimate the numbers, but it is probably more than 1,000 people gathered there. That's in a condition, a very specific condition, when people are fearing, more strikes and unable to go out of their homes, and when
yeah, pagers turned into explosives when it blown up in civilian areas, mass assassinations of people, mass killings of anyone and everyone they can get their hands on.
By people collectively. We have seen also a small demonstration in the streets here tonight in the same direction, people shouting against these strikes and condemning the Americans. The Americans are betting, and the Israelis as well, are betting on a kind of, chaos that can happen, and that chaos can be seized by people who are opposed to this regime, because we have seen lots of demonstrations over the last few weeks and months against lack of freedoms and all kinds of complaints by those people against the regime. And the American.
By the way, I didn't actually think that they were that 100% the Straits of Hormuz were gonna be closed. They are closed, seemingly. This is being reported. Once again, I'm just reiterating.
Into their own hands. We have heard President Trump say that, but there are no signs so far of any of that thing happening in the country. Instead, the government is issuing statements, demands, and alerts, asking people to report about any suspicious activities in the streets, asking people to, keep an eye on those types of activities so that nothing of the sort that the Americans and the Israelis are planning can happen.
Okay, thanks, Mo. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan once again, who is in Washington.
God, apparently, I've just seen this and I wanted to check whether it was true. Apparently, Israel has hacked a popular Iranian prayer app to urge defections and resistance. Intriguing.
Saying that Trump's attack on Iran doesn't have any mandate or legal basis to it. How big a problem is that actually going to be for President Trump, though?
Well, a slim majority, but nonetheless a majority of Americans in a recent poll indicated they were not interested in a war in Iran. This is something on which Donald Trump ran when he ran for re-election in 2024, that he wanted to end wars. He was not interested in launching new wars, and he certainly did not want to see the U.S. military entrenched in another conflict in the Middle East. Now we have the second strike on Iran in about 8 months, and this time you have 2 aircraft carriers and some, tens of thousands of U.S. troops in the greater Middle East who are poised to carry out this air war for some indeterminate amount of time. This is also a matter where it's pretty much falling along party lines in Congress. Democrats, almost to a person, are opposed to this military action. Republicans, with the exception of one who has been very critical of the Trump administration, applaud the decision to start launching airstrikes on Iranian targets overnight. Now, Congress is out for the weekend. The Senate is supposed to come back into session this coming Monday afternoon. The House of Representatives is not due back until Tuesday, but there are many Democrats in both the House and the Senate saying that people need to come back to Capitol Hill immediately in order to vote on a war powers resolution, whether to approve or to condemn the Trump administration's decision to go to war against Iraq. Because the Republicans hold a slim majority, it is unlikely that Democrats would be able to get a move of condemnation forcing the Trump administration to dial back. But they're saying that this debate needs to be held publicly because it has not, in their view, been held publicly up until now. There simply has been this drumbeat to war in the Democrats' view, although the Republicans are arguing that this is an action that is long overdue.
Yeah, the U.S. government, the Democrats want them to bomb. They just want to make sure that they ask the American people first. By the way, Pahlavi's daughter has been posting thank you to Trump here, saying thank you for his bombardment thing. And Kev June has pointed out, posting heart emojis and thank you notes under Trump's post where he first announced the joint US-Israel attacks on Iran. God save Iran if the day comes that our future has fallen into the hands of these traitorous warmongers. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's Trita Parsi. I like Trita Parsi.
The last few days, that obviously didn't happen. Can you just give us an idea of the feeling there among Omani leadership to what we've seen over the last 10 hours?
Well, I believe that Oman has been always trying to ensure that any conflict in the region is solved through dialogue and through negotiations. And particularly when it comes to the United States and Iran, but also other conflicts in the region. I think Oman has expended a lot of efforts in this matter. It's not just this particular negotiations, but if you look at last year also, before the 12 days war in June, then Oman had been trying to resolve this conflict. And as you know, if you go back even with the nuclear deal, Oman has always been active in this regard. So I believe, the amount of efforts that they have put and also the amount of enthusiastically, supporting a peaceful resolution of this conflict is going to, what is happening now is going to actually make the Omanis feel a bit disappointed, at least to say that. I think they will be dismayed.
I think people don't have that, Tutu, I think people don't have that much empathy for when it comes to Dubai specifically. Although I have said, innocent people may be struck and there may be also people hit there. But when it comes to Dubai and the UAE is perpetrating genocide in Sudan. Like, the UAE is a vassal state of America that engages in far worse abuses. Most people in here have spoken about how, they're worried about civilians who get targeted. But yeah, I don't know where you've got necessarily that idea where people just think that they want to see all civilians killed.
Technology, etc. So Iran was actually accepting almost all the terms and wanted to have them agree through a negotiated settlement. And then, to be surprised like this with...
Like I've literally said multiple times, remember that there are real people in the region and people who people in the chat may know.
Upset and very dismayed. But I think they have no option but to continue the dialogue and to ensure that this comes to a peaceful resolution.
Yeah, Oman obviously not the only ones in the region to be dismayed at what has happened. Trita, if I can come to you next, what, if anything, changed, do you think, in the last 24 hours or so that made military action in the eyes of Donald Trump inevitable? What was the tipping point, despite all this anger that he must have known was coming from those in the Gulf region?
I think, unfortunately, Trump had already accepted the Israeli narrative and the Israeli red lines. The narrative that says that Iran is very weak and has no choice but to capitulate, and the red lines that are designed to be rejected by the Iranians. And as a result, once again, Trump allowed himself to be trapped by the Israelis into a situation in which war was the most likely outcome. He still could have pulled out. He could have celebrated the fact that the deal that the Omani foreign minister in detail laid out.
I mean, I think one thing is how could they have pulled out at this point? Like, what could they have done? The US built up way too many assets there.
It was far stronger than what the Obama administration had achieved with zero enrichment en masse, but also de facto zero enrichment, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. And taken that as a huge victory and said that this was a...
By the way, once again, here's the fucking issue. Here's the issue. Look at Dubai Airport. Dubai Airport is massively backed up. Look at all of the worldwide disruption that is going to have been caused by this strikes. You think Trump's going to be able to keep them popular when people can't get out of countries, when there are literally strikes in places like Dubai that is like this global country where there are a lot of people who live there from all over the world? It's going to be massively dangerous to the international community. And like things that are outside of Trump's full control. You know? It's just insane to look at.
Scoring that this is an Israeli war. I thought the Almani statement from earlier today by the foreign minister was interesting. He said, this is not America's war. And what he meant, I think, is that this is Israel's war. And so we have another instance of the America First president.
Oh, are you saying those are layovers that are stuck there? No. So many layovers. Yeah. Forgetting all around the world. This is going to cause major fucking issues. Why do you think that Dan Raisin Kane, someone who was more than happy to invade Venezuela totally illegally, is just all of a sudden like very fucking cautious about what's going on in Iran?
Also retweeting or reposting Charlie Kirk from just 6 or 7 months ago, saying that a regime change operation in Iran would be insane. So let's watch and see what the fallout is on the American right.
Yeah, I see you nodding along there. Obviously, that is something that Donald Trump is going to have to take into account. How do you think we haven't heard from him since it's turned daytime there in the US. What do you expect from him in the coming hours, and how is he going to try and sell this to his base effectively?
Well, predicting what Donald Trump is going to do, fool's bet not going to do it, because as we've seen over the past week, he can say one thing and then reverse course the next day. What I do think is that President Trump is going to have a real problem with his base, because he did campaign explicitly on going through with no new wars, and here we are.
I mean, as I've spoken about, something that's really interesting about the coverage of Qatar is, for a country being bombed and for state media from said country, they are not being that critical of Iran. And yeah, by the way, very obvious that Trump is just asleep. Yeah, Iran International, by the way, is not very trustworthy, but high-ranking officials in Iranian intelligence agency, I still think that could well be true. They will have killed some people, undeniably. Also, someone posted something that I wanted to... Is it Keith? Is that his name? What's his name? Oh, motherfucker. I hate that so many outlets are just paywalled. Thomas Keith.
Bulls that touch on the very heart of sovereignty. And if you can't agree to something, you can't negotiate over it. And that's going to leave everybody in a really tough situation, even if sincerely, who knows if they do, they want that off-ramp.
Yeah, making it incredibly difficult to find that. We'll come back to all of you in just a moment. We're going to go to Zain Basravi, who's in Doha. Qatar's foreign ministry actually released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its...
No, there are no reports of American casualties thus far. There is a video of an American soldier seeing what's happening, though.
Bro. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Oh, my God. Oh, dude, fuck me. A fucking missile actually got through. Oh, there's more. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
You hear Palestinians or Yemenis or Iranians in this situation, and they're speaking in the most beautiful, poetic language about the glory of sacrifice and death holding no fear. Americans just go, "Mommy, I'm scared," and piss their pants. To be fair, it would be fucking terrifying.
Point out there on the Corniche.
That is correct. For the last 2 or 3 hours, and I say this with some trepidation, we don't know what's going to happen throughout the course of the night, but for the last 2 or 3 hours, we have not seen those interceptions. We have not heard those explosions that have been going off since this morning for hours. For the last 2 or 3 hours, the skies over Doha seem calm. What we may see in coming hours is, as Israel continues to pummel targets in Iran, Iranian guns may shift their focus to focus more concentration, more power, more firepower on targets inside Israel. But it has been a very dramatic and tense day for the cities in the GCC. Of all of the countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, only Oman is the only country that has not seen some kind of attack throughout the course of the day. Now, Qatar saw multiple attacks last year when Iran hit it after U.S. carried out strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. Iran attacked Al Udeid Air Base in June 2025. We saw Israel carry out attacks on targets here in West Bay, in the area just behind me, on a Hamas negotiating team. That happened in Qatar as well. Saudi Arabia has, for a while, seen attacks, sporadic attacks by Houthi vis-a-vis the war in Yemen. The UAE saw similar attacks as well. But none of these were of the scale that we are seeing now. What's happening today is different. For the longest time, cities in the GCC were an oasis of calm, of commerce, of progress, of financial investment, of tourism. What we're seeing now, especially the videos that are beginning to emerge on social media, some still need to be verified, of aftermath in Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. All of this really indicates that these interconnected conflicts involving Israel, Iran, and the United States, and conflicts all over the region from which these cities had been sheltered for so long. Those conflicts are now directly knocking on their doors, and they are inside their homes. That's what we've seen play out throughout these attacks and this retaliation from Iran over the course of this morning and this afternoon.
OK, thank you so much, Zain Basravi there for us in Doha. Well, you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Tom McCrane. Just want to bring you up to date with the very latest. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and US assets right across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran.
The US always underestimates its enemies. They have to. America is superior in all things, after all, and they are fighting barbarians and savage. How can a savage in any way resist the supremacist? I think that you're kind of correct about that, the elephant. I think that also all of these kind of groups and organizations are kind of in the West are kind of this opinion because they've won so many times, because they've destroyed every enemy that has come against them, and all of these things, that they will always be able to do it. And there's kind of this thing of falling asleep at the wheel. And to be honest, there have been some very questionable decisions made by the US government, such to focus on like strength and such, like people doing press-ups and thinking that that's important when people don't fight hand to hand anymore, and all of this stupidity with like putting Pete Hegseth, a drunk moron, in charge is questionable.
The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. And Iran has also launched strikes on US assets
and thank you for the NOK, the 100 NOK, by the way. Thank you very much for the kind donation.
Across the region, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital, Manama. It is not yet known if there are casualties. This follows earlier strikes on US military sites.
Do you think they struck that building because they thought they were carrying out an assassination?
Washington, D.C. And Ross, we keep seeing more and more images of Iranian drones and missiles actually hitting many of their Gulf neighbours. Can you just give us an idea of, obviously there's been condemnation from many Gulf leaders of the US and Israel strikes in Iran. Has there been any sort of messages getting through to Donald Trump in response to what we've seen happen?
The White House has not commented on whether there's been any sort of diplomatic outreach from the Iranians since the airstrikes began. We have only heard from members of Congress. We've heard perhaps most famously from the Omani foreign minister condemning the attacks. We've also heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, condemning the attacks. But whether or not there are actual diplomatic efforts underway to try to bring this military confrontation to a swift end, we are not aware of any such contacts. If any,
it would be such a nothing burger from the US that I would just I don't know, it would be really hard to imagine that they just draw down from this.
The Trump administration has been saying that it is doing what it considered to be a long overdue attempt to effect regime change, to help the people of Iran, to prevent Iran from being what it calls an existential security threat, not just to the U.S.
Like, no matter how you feel about this and Iran, it is very obvious that the US has created this situation, right? That the US has pushed and pushed and pushed until we end up in a situation like this. You know?
Okay, thank you so much. That's Ros Jordan for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, we're going to bring in all our guests once again to continue this discussion. Abdullah, if I can go back to you in Oman. I mean, we've seen Iran continue to strike not only Israel, but many of the Gulf countries, which it had warned that it would do. I mean, this is all part, no doubt, of its plan to try and draw everyone into a wider conflict. Do you think it's going to work?
I think, of course...
You think the Iranian drone was jammed? Is that your argument? Okay.
State has done, and Israel, in attacking a neighboring country when it is in negotiation. I think equally, we still don't understand why the Islamic Republic would also attack its neighbors. I can understand their motives, but that is not something that is acceptable, and it should be condemned at the same time. And I don't think this is going to help the Iranians in a way that it will, while the Gulf states were getting much closer to Iran and trying to avert the war, it's now going to get them to rethink their position as well. And I don't see the benefit that Iran is going to get out of this. And in fact, it's going to not only make the governments and the states and the authorities, but also the people against.
The Israelis have claimed they've flown 200 jets in their attacks over Iran, the largest flyover in the history of the Israeli. It seems this is definitely bigger than before. Oh, it's 100% bigger than before. A 1943 quotation from Ronald Storrs, the first British governor of Jerusalem, who described Israel as a little loyal Jewish Ulster in a sea of potentially hostile Arabism. I mean, the King Crane Commission is the best example of this. The King Crane Commission basically said, well, you know what? If you create a Jewish state in Palestine, it will always be engaged in militarism. It will always be engaged in it. And I think it's kind of true. I will always, and it's constantly engaged in it.
I think, first of all, the GCC position condemning this obviously is completely understandable. This is their territory. They don't want to be involved in this war. Most of them have made sure that their airspace is not used in the attack. On the other hand, from the Iranian side, their argument is that these bases nevertheless facilitate these attacks directly or indirectly. They have little choice but to do this in their view. What they're trying to do is to expand the theater of war to make it as costly as possible for everyone else for this war to go on in order to amass the type of pressure on the United States to back off. But I think it's absolutely correct to point out that this nevertheless will have likely a very profound impact on the GCC and Iran's relations going forward in many different ways. On the one hand, the perception of Iran as a threat will be solidified in many different quarters. On the other hand, the perception of having bases on your territory enabling you to protect yourself may also come under question, because now you have a scenario in which these...
Yeah, it's also, that's a great point. This entire logic of you need US military bases to protect you. What the fuck are they doing? They aren't protecting you. The military bases have made you a target because you've helped the Americans.
Do you think they're going to take further steps, though?
Are you talking about the Gulf states?
Yes, the Gulf states.
Well, I think they have obviously condemned what is going on because they saw it as an attack on their territories and their sovereignty. And despite the fact that they have always, and they've been clear that they will not allow the US and missiles and also the bases to be used against Iran. I believe that the Gulf states are going to recalibrate their relationship with Iran. As you know, there have been there have been rapprochement between Iran, and particularly Saudi Arabia, and the other Gulf states, and they were working hard to bring them to work together. And the GCC states have been trying to stop this war and in any way possible. I think this is going to have further ramification on the Iran GCC relations on one hand, but also on how the Gulf states view their relationship with the United States, and also, the value of these bases as well.
I do think that there is some logic of protection, right? That they think, if I have a US base here, it makes it harder for Iran to strike me.
Kingdom. So I think there is going to be a very good rethink of how this region is going to evolve and how this war is going to, this conflict is going to end. But I believe that the Gulf states will all try their best to ensure that, that this escalation stops at a certain point where negotiations on both parties are back together to negotiate. Because I don't believe there is any, real solution to this conflict through just waging wars and destructions and killing people. And I think at the end of the day,
I mean, yeah, every single time, Trash Tier support, every single time that this has happened, where the US and Israel have struck Iran first, over and over again, they have basically gone, actually, it's wrong for Iran to respond in any way.
When they were actually negotiating the peace process.
From what we understand at Al Jazeera, that the US military is going to continue carrying out strikes over the next few days, though, Trita, even if they do eventually get to the negotiating table. I guess the initial strikes are the easy part in terms of launching a military operation. What do you think is going to happen next after that?
Well, very much depends on what the results of these strikes are and if the Iranians continue to strike back and what they achieve with their strikes. I mean, if this ends up becoming a costly, delayed thing that just drags on, there's actually no implosion of the regime, there's no softening of the Iranian position, the cost and the pressure on the U.S. rises, the pressure on the president from his own base, from GCC allies, from the rest of the international community starts to grow up.
Oh, by the way, senior Iranian diplomat said he's not in a position to confirm the fate of senior leadership. May have lost one or two commanders following that residences were targeted. I can tell you that many places, many targets were hit across the country. Says claiming more than 150 girls were killed or maimed. Put to him if he understood the school was near an Islamic. That's simply a way of normalizing atrocity and an atrocious crime. We are not attacking any friends in the region. We have no problem. Earlier today... Wait, where does he say this? Following reports, Presses Paris deny... BBC News correspondent Lys Doucet presses Barret to confirm. I can tell you that many places... So he didn't confirm or deny whether he was killed. So maybe he was. That's the information that we saw earlier.
Attacks. That is Iranian media citing the Red Crescent. If I can bring you back in, the strikes. This is a scale of the scale for sticking with us. Obviously, the death toll might not be a surprise considering the scale of the strikes. 1 people have been killed and 700 media citing the Red Crescent.
So they're saying 231 people have been killed.
If I can bring you back in, Mohammed and Paul, thank you very much for sticking with us. Obviously, the death toll might not be a surprise considering the scale of the strikes. This is only set to continue to rise, do you think, Mohammed?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think, we all hope that we'll wake up tomorrow and hope, that they've taken one of the exit ramps that Trita was speaking to. But I think there's a real possibility that things will get worse before they get better. And it's worth reminding everyone that this is, again, as I said earlier, not just a U.S. war, but it's a U.S.-Israel war. And one of Israel's fundamental aims when it goes to war is to try to inflict maximum damage to civilians in the hope, from their perspective, that civilians will sort of move off of their their government, that they'll begin to resent their government. This is what they call the Dahiya doctrine. They've used it in Lebanon. They've used it, of course, in Gaza. And I think we've seen some evidence that perhaps they're using it already now in Iran. So, there is the chance, unfortunately, that there will be many more casualties in this war.
Paul, how is all of this going to be perceived in the US, do you think? Obviously, we saw and heard a lot about that strike on the primary school. That I believe the death toll there is over 86 now. How is the US public going to take this on board? Because this is obviously...
Jesus Christ. By the way, this is apparently the site of impact in Bahrain. Look at that. Fuck. Look, you can see that there are people in the surrounding rooms as well because they've got their fucking lights on. Jesus. Having a US base in your country protects you from American intervention at the expense of imperialism and the locals. Yeah, I mean, you do have to put up with Americans. I mean, it mustn't be nice having to put up with huge amounts of Americans in your country. Like, they just violate international law, offer you no protection, and make you a target. Like, as a result of what you've done and what the US have done from there. And, like, once again, remember that the US has killed out huge amounts of assassinations in Iranian, in multiple different territories. The US and Israel have both done it all over the region wherever they've seen fit.
American foreign policy, whether people want to believe it or not, but much of American foreign policy, a good chunk of it, is made in Tel Aviv. Benjamin Netanyahu has been lobbying not since 2023, not for years, but he's been lobbying for decades, quite literally, for this war against.
Wait, they've got the Bad Hasbara picture behind him. Oh, it's just gone. Wait. I know it's not from Bad Hasbara, but it's that picture of Netanyahu with the bomb.
National Affairs, they wrote an entire analysis about the power of the...
Yeah, by the way, the reason that Khomeini was expelled from the country, the reason that he got kicked out of Iran the first time, was because basically Khomeini said of the Shah, he was like, about this new law they'd introduced to protect Americans, he was like, if I run over an American's if I run over an American's dog, I'm more likely to get in trouble than an American who runs over the Shah. And he called him like a weak and pathetic individual. Hello, Radical Caffeine. Good to see you.
Just a couple of minutes, because countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says his government rejects the military actions against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia has urged...
Once again, how on earth does anyone find this serious? How on earth does anyone find it serious, the notion that the Iranian government is somehow the bigger threat when the US is bombing them right now, when they engaged in the violent attack?
Efforts to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. We're going to go to Dominic Kane now, who is with us from Berlin. We heard a little...
Bold gentleman.
European leaders. What else have many others had to say in reaction to what has happened throughout today?
Very similar thoughts coming from three key capitals in Europe today, from Paris, from Berlin here, and from London. From the three heads of state, heads of government, all effectively putting out the same message. In a statement, they said they...
By the way, Israel's about to carry out big strikes in Iran. Look at this. They're ordering evacuations of the J industrial zone. Urgent alert to those present in the JV industrial complex in Isfahan. According to what is shown on the map, the defense forces will attack military infrastructure in the area. You must stay away from the confluence to all in the Mazeh village. You must immediately enter your homes and not leave them until morning hours. You must not approach the JV industrial complex. It looks like the US and Israel are about to engage in even larger strikes later on today.
Refrain from interfering in the affairs of its neighbours, but also their homelands, by which it means their countries, those three, and also then calling Europe, the Spanish.
Apparently about 201 people have died in Iran, I believe.
The Israeli and US attacks in the first place. The other thing to say is that many of these governments, they've been in special cabinet or emergency cabinet meetings. Certainly the French government, the French cabinet currently in an emergency session discussing security and defence issues. We know that President Macron called for, among other countries, had called for a special UN Security Council meeting, which we understand will be at 21 GMT in a few hours' time. So there's no question about the element of urgency here, but there is at least one government in Europe that has chosen to condemn what the Israelis and the US government has done just as much as what the Iranian response has been.
OK, thank you so much, Dominic Kane. Dominic Kane for us in Berlin. We're going to go straight to Gabriel Elizondo, who is at the United Nations in New York.
I don't think we'll see a compilation of any sort of Israel being attacked. I think that Israel is going to prevent publication of anything, of anything, and will ensure that there's just nothing fucking published. I think that they'll be very interested in ensuring that this doesn't happen.
At the Security Council, which is the chamber right behind me here, we'll be holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council at 4 p.m. New York time. That's about 3 hours from right now. This meeting was requested by China and Russia primarily, but Bahrain and Colombia, two elected members of the council, also signed on pushing for this meeting that is now confirmed for a few hours from now. Highly unusual for the Security Council to meet in open session on a weekend. It has only happened 10 times in the last 5 years and only twice on a Saturday. So these emergency meetings on weekends are saved only for the most urgent of matters, clearly this being one of them now.
Yeah, I mean, well, according to world number one Luxmaxer, Clavicular, the way in which you basically ensure that you don't get shot. I mean, he claimed that Charlie Kirk died as a result of his inability to be handsome. So maybe if the Ayatollah Luxmaxed, he would have been way better and way more successful.
You extensively in the coming hours as things begin to get underway there at the UN. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi has been speaking to the spokesman.
Yes, Israel, by the way, if you want to look at something interesting, go on the RSF Press Freedom Index. Israel is one of the least free countries in the entire world. They have a military censor.
Egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. Look, and we have every right in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, Qatar, to defend 79. Ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
No, dying in a war for Israel is jester. That is jester.
Interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations.
Really is amazing that this is just the reality in which we live. The US government just constantly launching wars of aggression.
Region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented...
By the way, Mamdani has released a statement. Let's have a look at this. Today's military strikes on Iran, carried out by the US and Israel, mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I am focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I have been in contact with the police commissioner and emergency management officials. We are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination. By the way, kind of crazy. He didn't even call Iran a dictatorship. Kind of crazy. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of this city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, and community leaders. Wow. Interesting. I'm surprised to see him not mention the Iranian government just for the sake of not being condemned. Sorry.
Single attack this morning on a primary school in Minab. More than 61 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and still more than 70 innocent ones are under the rubble.
Previously, we heard from Iran that in case of a U.S. attack, there is a risk for a confrontational scenario down the road in the region. And now we see that the United States bases in the region are being attacked by Iran. And also, there has been widespread condemnation by regional countries who are now coming under attack. My question is, what is Iran's reasoning behind that?
I think they're not really coming under attack by Iran. We have said once and again, and I would like to repeat that we are friendly with all countries of the region. We have proven that we trust our friends in the region. That's why we try to get together with the countries of the region in furtherance of this diplomatic process. The problem is that the United States is conducting this war of aggression at the cost of everyone, including the countries of the region, under international law. Any place, any location, any logistical support that are given to the aggressor are a legitimate target for the victim state. So we are not attacking any country in the region.
Yeah, the podcast episode did drop at a terrible time, but what can you do?
In defensive actions, we are defending ourselves against attacks by Americans and by the Zionist regime. And as you know, many of these bases, although they are part of the countries of the region's territories, but they are completely controlled
By the way, I don't know why Al Jazeera isn't reporting this, but apparently the Bahrain is still getting hit. Crazy. I didn't know if these were old videos, but allegedly this is still being hit.
Better to say abused by the United States in order to launch an act of aggression against another country of the region.
Is it like a credible claim to put forth that in the days ahead we may see a continuation of Iran's attacks to the US bases in the region?
One thing is for sure, we would continue defending ourselves with all force. We are entitled, we are responsible for the safety and security of our people, and we have every right under international law to defend Iran against this act of aggression.
And speaking of the trajectory of, again, diplomatic interaction, have you received or initiated any sort of contact with the mediating parties, including Oman or elsewhere, to settle down the issues under this situation?
This is a serious issue, and I think now the whole situation is different from yesterday. As you know, the mediator was involved in this very...
Yeah, no, Iran isn't targeting Jordan. Basically, what's happening is Iran is striking or trying to strike Israel. Israel is shooting them down over Jordan, or Jordan themselves is shooting them down. Hence why you're seeing like a shrapnel there, basically.
So what we are doing right now is to focus on defending our national integrity and Iran's territory against these acts of aggression.
The public mood at
It
the
is
time.
utterly ridiculous. By the way, Ben Gavir's already calling for genocide. Qatari Oiler, thanks for the $5. By the way, I hope that you're safe. I hope that you're doing okay. Trump has a short attention span. Reasonable chance he'll call this off sooner rather than later. I don't know. I think when you get this deep, what can you do? It's kind of like the sunk cost fallacy. Blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget. The state of Israel has embarked on a historic campaign against the Iranian terror regime. I stand in solidarity with the Prime Minister, Trump, and the other soldiers, and the soldiers of the IOF, and all security forces who are acting with courage and determination to defend the state of Israel. At the same time, by the way, I love how Ben Gvir just announces, well done everyone defending the state of Israel. At the same time, all national security bodies under my ministry, Israel Police, Home Front Command, Border Guard fighters, the Prison Service, and Fire and Rescue are prepared for any scenario. Anyone who tries to raise their head here in Israel will face a determined, tough, and uncompromising police force. Don't test us. I like how he opens it with a call for genocide and then says that everyone's just defending him.
He says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that the attacks will continue as required. Iranian media, citing the Red Crescent, say at least 201 people have been killed and more than 700 injured. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing.
These are the scenes of the school, by the way.
The attacks targeted a girls' primary school in the southern city of Minab. Authorities say at least 86 people were killed in the strike. Iran's foreign ministry has condemned the attack, warning that crimes...
By the way, as well, Rashida Tlaib is talking about how you cannot free people by killing them. Amalek refers to a biblical enemy of the Israelis, the Jewish people, so that's what he's talking about. And here's Hen Mazik saying, from those who brought you, free Palestine by all means necessary, and resistance is justified when people are occupied. Of course it's justified when people are occupied. Fuck you, Hen Mazik.
Intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. Iran has also launched strikes on U.S. assets across the region. Sites in Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain have all been targeted. This was the moment a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Iranian drones have also struck several residential buildings in the Bahrain.
By the way, that video is fucking crazy.
Not yet known if there are casualties.
I hope that any civilians there are safe.
In a drone attack, authorities say a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say the situation is now under control. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person has been killed in the Emirati capital. The defense ministry said, quote, it reserves the full...
Oh, so someone was killed in Abu Dhabi, not Dubai.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris.
I won't show this just in case there's anything that YouTube doesn't allow.
In the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and
here's the clip of the Iranian diplomat talking about Khamenei.
BBC News. Thank you for having me.
Can we first begin with the latest on the impact of these strikes on the senior political and military leadership in Iran? There are reports that a number of senior leaders, including the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, were targeted in Israel's strikes. Can you confirm for us whether the top leadership is still alive, or where are they?
I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. The point is that our people are, the whole system, the whole nation is focused on defending our national integrity, on our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So what we are doing right now is to defend with all force against this unprovoked act of aggression by Israel and by Americans.
Where have you seen that, Tony Soprano lover, that the son-in-law of Khamenei has been killed? So this is according to Israeli Channel 12 News. 30 senior officials were reportedly targeted within the first 30 seconds of the attack. So Iranian state outlets are saying that Khamenei is commanding operations from the war room. So that remains to be seen whether it's true or not. Let's have a look if there's anything else. Oh, this is apparently Tehran council mayor who said Messam Mozaffar says the son-in-law and daughter of Iran's supreme leader were killed. And daughter-in-law, not daughter. Son-in-law? How would he have two son-in-law and daughter-in-law?
For joining.
And of course, people who don't want war with Iran do outnumber, but most people don't fully understand why it's so terrible. Like, there are many people who fall for crap like this. Israel coming out and saying, we have a right to defend ourselves. Like, what is this? What is this? That there's six. By the way, this is definitely a boosted post. 24 million views and 60,000 likes. Okay, bro. Okay. It is fucking crazy that there are so many people who tell you that just like bombing Iran is exactly what every Iranian wants. Because it's obviously not fucking true. Oof. Oh, where's my mouse?
Trying to prove of whatever Iran has built over the last several decades in terms of military capabilities.
Thank you, Mohammed Mahmoud, there for us in Tehran. Let's get it over now to the White House. Kimberly Halkett is there for us. Kimberly, it seems as though the U.S. is in this for the long haul.
Yes, that is consistent with statements that have been made, albeit vague, from the U.S. president, as well as it is widely being reported that Operation Epic Fury, as this has been dubbed, is now into what is expected to be a series of escalating strikes that will last 1 to 2 day periods, followed by pauses to assess the damage. In terms of diplomatic talks, that is still a major question because, of course, most were looking ahead to next week when it was expected that talks and discussions to limit Iran's nuclear program would resume. There's been no statement from the White House about whether or not the United States intends to do that. In fact, we haven't heard from the U.S. president beyond his 8-minute video that he has put out. The U.S. president is not even at the White House. In fact, he's in the U.S. state of Florida at his residence in Mar-a-Lago, where the White House press secretary...
Genuinely, there is something wrong with Donald Trump. How on earth is this dickhead at Mar-a-Lago rather than the White House? There is something wrong with this man. He is not well.
That he spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And when it comes to the president's national security team, we know that the Secretary of State National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio, has also been in consultation with members of Congress, a so-called Gang of Eight made up...
Jesus Christ as well. Apparently on Channel 12 News, Yoav Gallant is really great guy, famously great guy. Yoav Gallant is saying, we are not stopping until Iran's last military capability is destroyed. So amazing things are happening in Israeli media. It's pretty clear that, by the way, this is going to be a long-standing thing.
These strikes were initiated, and the Department of War also contacted members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee to let them know that the plan they had been briefed on earlier in the week was now in full effect.
Kim Halkett at the White House. Let's get to Zain Basravi, who's right here live in Doha. We heard waves of attacks come through the afternoon with the thudding of them being taken out by missiles, so the vast majority of them. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, in the last few hours, the skies over Doha have been quiet, but certainly the security risk does remain. What we've seen in the past several hours throughout the course of the day with multiple attacks on GCC cities across the region really reflects that red lines have been crossed. Iran has said that it would make sure that if its security was threatened by an attack by Israel and Iran, that any U.S. bases in the region and those countries that were harboring those bases, Iran would...
Yeah, wanting the US to just blow the shit out of your country is an insane position to hold, and thinking that you know that is in any way normal, just saying that over and over again, that the US should be allowed to just continually bomb your country is insane. Apparently, the US CENTCOM and partner forces have began striking targets at 1:15 Eastern Time to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat. Targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. Oh, fucking hell.
The U.S. bases, the countries that are considered to be U.S. allies, and those countries that Iran has named as fair game and attacked today, they still remain...
By the way, the reason that they attacked a girls' school, their argument is it was near some IRGC facility.
Despite diplomatic connective tissue between Iran and the countries neighboring it. To that effect, what we've heard throughout the course of the day from Qatar, we were hearing that there was an attack on an early warning radar system that the U.S. operates here in Qatar. We've gotten details from the government here in Qatar since then saying that 44 missiles and 8 drones so far were used in attacks on that early warning radar system. Qatar has also halted any public events.
Autumn Leaves, thank you for the donation, and thank you for being here all day. Thanks for supporting the channel and making it possible, and just, yeah, I mean, by watching, and also thank you for the incredibly kind donation.
Public events related to the season have now been halted out of an abundance of caution and with a view to public safety. Schools in Qatar will also be going online from tomorrow, an indication that the government here...
Mate, I'm not going to just buy loads of petrol.
Zain Basravi there, right here in Doha. We can get to the United Nations headquarters and join Gabriel Elizondo. And Iran has written a letter of protest here. I think the US, should I say the UK has the presidency for, I think, 20 hours.
So Jake Epstein has said that, and this is retweeted by Matthew Petty, so he works at Business Insider, has said, Tomahawk standoff weapons, HIMARS and drones used to strike Iran, Patriot and THAAD and ship-launched Standard missiles used for air defense. There are confirmed Iranian missile interceptions, no major damage to US bases, no major casualties. Okay, so that is from 3 hours ago. Whether that remains the same, it remains to be seen. Apparently it's now 86 students who've been killed. That's an insane number. Jesus. Sorry, I'm checking if I'm getting a notification. I am not. Someone called Ruben Gallego has said, Senator Gallego, excuse me, Trump ran on exposing the pedos and stopping wars. Trump is now protecting pedos and starting wars. Wow.
Rode joins us from there. Noor, what more can you tell us about what's happening in Israel and perhaps even on the occupied West Bank?
Well, let me start with the latest statement by the Israeli army, issuing on its Farsi account on social media a warning to the residents of Isfahan, warning to evacuate the G industrial area in the Isfahan region because the Israeli Air Force intends to strike military infrastructure in that area, according to the statement. Now, this is a development. This is, again, something that we've seen normalized during the genocide in Gaza.
By the way, Israel got ratioed to fuck. They posted that Israel has the right to defend itself, and Omar El-Faraz said, "Bitch, you started the war." That's a good tweet. That has 300,000 likes.
Of the affected areas, ordering civilians to leave their places of residence. And we've also seen that the casualties are not always as claimed by the Israelis. So we'll have to wait and see whether residents in Isfahan heed that call. The Israeli military saying that it is carrying out a new, fresh round of attacks that target Iranian air defense systems in order to achieve supremacy over the air by tomorrow, according to some reports. And we're hearing more and more from Israeli leaders, although some names are completely absent. It seems that the Israeli Prime Minister has instructed most of his ministers to stay silent. The Israeli Foreign Minister has said that ambassadors have been instructed not to comment on this war, not to comment on the proceedings. We might see more from the Israeli Prime Minister later on this evening. But for now, there is a lot to celebrate in Israeli airwaves, a lot of discussions about what has been achieved so far, about targeting 30 top leaders in the Iranian leadership structure, and that nobody is off the table. Nobody is immune in these strikes and this war that Israel and the U.S. have launched starting today.
By the way, this is apparently from Channel 12. Amit Segal reports that 30 munitions were dropped in the strike. Khamenei's relatives and his military secretary were killed, and that Khamenei is almost certainly dead, which is interesting as to whether that is the case.
Very clearly saying, all three of them in different ways, they wanted Iran to end its nuclear program, to curtail its ballistic missile program, to refrain from the sorts of activities they said it had been carrying out against its neighbours, but also in their homelands, in other words, their three countries, and calling on Iran to return to the negotiating table. But it is also worth making the point that at least one government, the Spanish government, put out a point of view which was
kind of crazy how based Spain is on quite a lot of issues. Now they've just come out and been like, yeah, fuck you, fuck you, this is ridiculous. I'll pull up Spain's statement, actually. Pedro Sánchez, this is his statement. He said, "We reject the unilateral military action by the United States and Israel, which represents an escalation and contributes to more uncertain and hostile international order. We likewise reject the actions of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guard. We cannot afford another prolonged and devastating war in the Middle East. We demand immediate de-escalation and full respect for international law." I mean, I actually rereading this, I guess it's kind of, why are you talking about Iran at the point where they hadn't even struck anything as of yet? But also, well, actually, no, they had struck stuff, so I guess he has to say that. But yeah, just like fucking insane hearing in comparison to the UK.
That the French cabinet has been in session, called an emergency session by Emmanuel Macron, to discuss the security and defence aspects of the situation from the French point of view. And President Macron was one of many leaders who wanted that Security Council meeting to take place tonight.
Dominic, thank you. Dominic Kane there. And indeed, thanks to all our correspondents in Doha, there in Berlin.
They're still claiming that no US service members have been killed or injured. Oh, no, they haven't said injured, just killed so far. That's from the Wall Street Journal.
To US media, Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. we are certainly interested.
Oh wait, Sky News have now apparently heard that Khamenei and Pezeshkian are both safe, according to this is the same guy who'd gone on to the BBC and so the one we just saw not really giving an explanation. Guido was stuck in Dubai. Guido Crosetto, Italian defense minister, was stuck in Dubai with his family on Saturday as flights were suspended. Blah 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 blah. Hakeem Jeffries has denounced the strike on Iran. Probably wanted them to be harder. 201 people killed. We'd already seen that. Tim Kaine of Virginia. US meddling. Okay. Why does it keep disappearing my mouse here?
On set here is we have Rashid Al-Mohannadi. He's the Vice President of the Center for International Policy Research. But it does seem, Paul, that this is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I think that's right. The Americans have suggested that they have a 10-day campaign planned. Of course, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they had a 72-hour special operation plan. So I think that those of us here in the Gulf who are living with the consequences of this action are probably going to be dealing with it for a little bit longer. I also think there's a possibility that what we've seen could just be...
I'm just going to go pee.
We've heard rumors, of course, that the IRGC is threatening vessels in the Arabian Gulf with escalation. And we know from social media that what's already happened in other capitals here in the GCC is much worse than what we've been dealing with in Doha. So it's the first step. It's early days. And I think that we're all digging in for a much longer conflict.
Rashid, I mean, how does a country in the GCC, like Qatar or the United Arab Emirates, actually retaliate here without endangering further upping the ante, if you will?
That's a really good question. So we've always known that the Iranian strategy is if they were struck by the US, they would strike US interests in the region. So we've always known that. But I think what came as a shock was just on the sheer amount of retaliation. You know, the initial reports we're hearing is, and you know, we've been counting the explosions, you know, during the day. A few dozen interceptions, in the UAE and Bahrain attacking civilian infrastructure. I think this is something we haven't seen before. So assessing now what sort of retaliation would happen and what policy decisions the Gulf states might take is a bit premature. And I think we have to wait at least for a couple of days to see how things go on in the Iran-US-Israel front before.
Let's get it over now to Tehran. Joining us there is Abbas Aslani. He's a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining us, Abbas. How strong is the Tehran regime, or should I say government?
You know, we have been hearing all along that the United States have been saying that Iran is very weak. But I would say that the system in Iran is not that weak, and the United States itself is not that strong. And, you know, the lessons that the system has been integrating into the current conflict is also visible. They have been trying to somehow incorporate it into the command and control system. That's why the armed forces try to absorb the attacks in the initial stage, and they retaliated against different targets in the region. And that indicates that they have this Iranian system this time was not caught off guard, and they were expecting such kind of attack coming from the United States as well as Israel, and they had planned for this. So that's why we are seeing this kind of conflict is taking place in the early hours of you know, the aggression against the country.
So let's just look at all this. Now, Paul, if regime change is the stated objective here, now an air war on its own is not going to cut it, is it?
That's absolutely.
The only problem is now is Al Jazeera's just rolling the same fucking clips over and over and over again. So the foreign ministry is just saying Iran has the right to respond, as well as the response against Iran, against Israel. Oh, don't condemn them. Don't condemn them against Israel, man. Houthi leader says Iran within its rights to hit US bases in the region. By the way, there's a tweet here. So this is the thing. Persian cooler. Iran and Iran only. Iranians are celebrating and crying tears of joy right now. Long live Iran. And then someone says, as an Iranian, shut the fuck up. No one is celebrating here. Everyone is scared and is trying to escape somewhere safe. So many innocent people already died, including young students who were at school during the bombing. People are grieving. People like you deserve the worst. I mean, fair point. I think like just when you're talking about like the people in Iran, you don't speak for everyone. Oh, okay, so Trump has apparently told Barack Ravid that I have many exit points from this campaign. I can make it long and take control of everything, or end it in a few days and tell the Iranians we'll see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding. In any case, it will take them several years. Hold on. The school thing doesn't add up to me, to be honest, unless it's an accident or due to proximity. They're claiming, Israel says that the reason that they're doing it is because it was in close proximity until... close proximity to something IRGC related. Also, here's a video of Platner's opinion on it.
Once again, in the space of less than 2 months, we awake to find that Donald Trump has illegally and unconstitutionally used military force against another country.
Wait, have I frozen? Have I frozen? I don't think I've frozen.
Today, he has started major combat operations against the nation of Iran. He is doing this because he is flailing politically. He ran on ending foreign intervention like this, but because he sees his political future at risk, he is willing to send young American men and women into harm's way, and he is willing to bring an immense amount of violence upon the civilian population of Iran. This behavior makes us a pariah on the international stage. But we have to remember that this behavior is because we have acted like this in the past.
I mean, Platner surprisingly gives stronger statements than John Fetterman, but he's always frames it through the concern of, like, American soldiers die.
I fought in wars just like this one. We cannot continue to have a foreign policy.
Look, I went out to kill Iranians. I went out to kill Iraqis for fun, but you aren't allowed to do that.
Built around just dropping bombs on people when it benefits those in power here at home or benefits corporate interests abroad. This is not how the United States military should be utilized. Sadly, in the coming weeks, we are likely going to see more horror and more failure. This kind of behavior needs to end. None of us, no American, certainly no one in the Democratic Party, should support this kind of operation. This is the kind of foreign policy we need to end, not continue to support. I'm standing across the street from a war memorial here in northern Maine.
Okay, thanks. That's enough out of Graham Platner. John Fetterman, though, is the amazing Democrat giving the great takes.
Like Thomas Massey, who wrote this: acts of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to the AP. What is your response to Massey and to your colleagues who don't agree with this?
No, that's bizarre. You know, I'd like to remind my colleague over in the House that Iran massacred 30,000 of their own people right now. This war is not about the Iranian people. It's about this poisonous regime. And that's why I'm proud to stand with our military. I'm proud to stand with Israel, too. I might be a Democrat, but in this specific case, the president is absolutely correct to do these kinds of actions. And now we have Israel's back.
Yeah, the ogre wants war. Ogre requires the blood of Iranians to function.
And now that's why it's entirely the path for peace in that region. How many treaties, how much negotiation? I never thought they would work. Iran has only ever responded to these kinds of things. And now here we are right now, and they have the opportunity, real peace, and to change their way, committed to trying to destroy Israel and destabilizing the entire region.
Oh my god, I've just seen another insane post that I'm not even going to bring up. By the way, all this guy does is go on Fox now and talk about how he wants to see colonized people get killed. There are some videos, by the way, of tomahawks being launched. God, they launch crazily. How does that fucking work? How does this work? Can someone explain it to me? Like, how do they turn mid-air? That is actually fucking crazy. Just sat there launching strike after strike after strike on just... I don't know, just maybe which one of those was the one that killed the which one of those was the one that hit the school, or was it the Israelis, or who did it? No US service member killed. That's still what they're claiming. The Iraqi resistance. Apparently the Iraqis have now joined in. And there's also, by the way, for a tiny bit... Oh, side thrusters. Okay, cool. That makes kind of sense. Also, by the way, there's a new Charlie Kirk account, which I assume is the real Charlie Kirk. And UFC have posted RIP, and Charlie's actually said, "Yo, gang, I didn't die." Which is good news, because I've always liked Charlie Kirk. I've been rooting for him. And I've long believed that Charlie didn't actually die, but... yeah. Charlie Kirk is willing to fight and die for his country. My name is Charlie Kirk, and I am your loyal servant from this moment forward. I thought he was dead. Wow. It is genuinely crazy to think that, like, all of this is about protecting American interests in the MENA region. It's not about achieving good things. It's not about, you know, bringing democracy to Iranians. It's not about any of these fantastical notions of caring about human rights or anything. It is entirely about protecting Israel. Also, loads of people have been posting fucking this. I enjoy these memes.
You're a power gay in a bomb shelter with sexy television.
I can't listen to it because someone's put fucking music over it. It's either Epstein in the helmet. It's either Epstein or that. The Washington Post is saying a senior security official confirms that the head of Iran's Ministry of Intelligence has been killed, along with 4 top leaders of the spy agency, causing panic. By the way, come on. Do you, like, I don't doubt that the US may have done damage, but the notion that this is specifically causing panic when this is exactly what they've been preparing for, did they honestly think that that people weren't going to be killed? Like, do you honestly think, like, any like, expert who I've found their analysis good, or, like, a general analysis good, is, like, saying, actually, no, they've decentralized? You know? Wait, apparently things are... no, Iran has not closed the Strait of Hormuz. Many oil tankers U-turned as precaution earlier today. Still a few tankers crossed it. Importantly, at least 2 tankers are heading down now toward the strait, and whatever happens to them would be a crucial indication. One of the 2 tankers I was monitoring has just U-turned. The other one is still heading for it. In addition, one smaller LPG tanker has just crossed, and another LPG tanker is about to do so. Okay, so what, the closing of it is untrue? Ooh, okay, that's interesting. So I saw someone saying in the chat, yeah. US is saying that the strikes have caused minimal damage to their institutions. Also, Matthew Petty has a... that Matthew Petty is had a great retweet here. The reason that loads of these people oppose it is literally that this is just being done by Trump. This is true. They don't give a shit about any of this. They don't give a shit about any of this. Like, they don't care that this is bipartisan, same as Cuba. The only reason... Well, in fact, they don't even care about Cuba because he's not launched an actual war. He's just accelerated an already pre-existing policy. Also, actually, apparently, according to Q Captain or G Captain, I'm not sure which it is. It's got a horrible logo. Oh my fucking god, fuck off. Has said that apparently are increasingly avoiding Hormuz. Ships reported hearing a radio broadcast. Says the Strait of Hormuz. Tankers are stopping in there. Interesting. So, pretty conflicting reports. This is from... it is G Captain, by the way. Not Q Captain. G Captain are saying that tankers carrying millions of barrels of Saudi crude just dropped dead in Hormuz. Nippon Yusen ordered its entire fleet to turn around. Iran's purported navy broadcast, Hormuz is banned for all ships. Oil jumped 12% in weekend trading and more. Fucking hell. Oh, I can't wait to pay way more money. Maybe you're right, Greg McGregor, that I should have been stockpiling up. I should have already been at the gas station and not fucking streaming. You guys are going to have to donate so I'm able to drive my car for like 10 seconds in a couple of months' time. Oof. I don't know if the name Nippon, I don't know who that comes from. That might not be one. Jihad. Nippon is what Japanese people call Japan. So maybe it's a Japanese shipping institution. I don't know. Former blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether to... Let's see what Al Jazeera are on. Oh, Al Jazeera's having a bit of a tough one. I don't remember the last time we even saw a gas car. Everyone I know drives electric. Well, lucky you. In the UK, unfortunately, electric is just incredibly expensive. Still. And I drive a petrol.
Have left, actually. And some trying to regain home or places where they think they are safer. So that's the initial panic. Then we have seen regularity of traffic in the streets after that and reassurances from the government that the situation is under control and so on. Right now, we have a wave of protests against the strikes. As we speak, there is a huge rally at Imam Riza Shrine in Mashhad and also another rally in Rasht, west of Tehran. We have seen hundreds to thousands of protesters also.
Oh my god. By the way, there's like a lineup of the worst people in the world answering your questions about Iran. Douglas Murray, strange-looking man, by the way, as well. Haviv Rettig Gur, Loner Box's hero. Aline Masih Alinejad. And Dr. Michael Oren. Wow, what a lineup on the Free Press. I'm sure that will give me all of the answers that I need.
At the Palestine Square earlier today in the central district of Tehran. And some people also taking to the streets tonight, not many that I have seen. So at least we have the beginning of some kind of popular reaction to what has happened. And we are here talking only about those people who support the regime. We know that there are millions.
Oh my fucking goodness. Also, look at this person who recorded the strike on the... Look at this. This person has no reaction. Did they cut themselves off because they started screaming or something? Jesus Christ, imagine not reacting to that hitting above your head.
Who are wishing or dreaming of a regime change, they are now concerned about their safety.
Mohammed Valfer is there in Tehran. Let's get it now to Phil Lavelle, who is live for us from Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Donald Trump apparently is there, Phil. We've not heard from him for a little while.
Not just yet, but, you know, one of the things that we have a guarantee of with President Trump is that there are no guarantees, right? Obviously, there's no official announcement expected anytime today, but he often just pops up on Twitter, or X, I should say, or Truth Social. Case in point, that video that dropped at 2 o'clock in the morning when pretty much everybody here, apart from the president and a few other officials, were in that building behind me. We did have an interview a little earlier today that was given to the Washington Post by phone, in which he said that his main priority was the freedom of the Iranian people. Quite interesting to juxtapose that against the video, because remember, this video that was posted in the middle of the night was 8 minutes long, and he did mention the Iranian people, those calls for the Iranian people to rise up against their leaders, those members of the military to lay down their arms, that they wanted.
Are you trying to say he has an upset stomach, Sarah Jessica Farter, or are you saying that he's just because of his horrendous diet, that's how long it takes him? Also, by the way, this is a good tweet. Andreas Krieg said, "The very business model of the Gulf states depends on stability and security, especially with a 90-to-10 ratio of expats to locals in Dubai. This episode will test the resilience of this unique socio-political setup." Yeah, I mean, once again, here's the problem and here's the Iranian gamble. Do this rather than put all your eggs in attacking Israel, and you can destabilize the region, which once again I mentioned over and over again, and multiple people have mentioned.
Could at some point soon be able to reach the American homeland. So it's very interesting that he did that. And the reason for this is because Donald Trump really has to sell this to the American people. There are many people, not just on the opposite side of the political aisle, but people within his own party who are not, they don't want any part of military action in Iran. So you've got those people who really back the America First side of the party, which is a ticket that Donald Trump successfully ran on in 2024, along the lines of having no involvement in foreign wars, no foreign entanglements, calling himself the peacemaker in chief. We hear it.
I think all of this underestimates the fact that, like, Arabs are just like, and Persians and Persian Iranians are just crazy bloodthirsty, and they just can't help themselves but start war after war. I mean, like, from what the British media and British political establishment have told me, Iran has started a war today, and Trump has just tried to keep peace. Like, I don't know.
The American people, there is very little appetite to metaphorically revisit those.
Phil, thanks. Phil Lavelle there for us at Mar-a-Lago. All right, well, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, has released a statement on the latest strikes, which it says will launch to, quote, dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat, it said. Targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missiles and drone launch site, and military airfield. CENTCOM forces, they say, successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks. There have been no reports of U.S. casualties or combat-related injuries. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations.
But the whole thing was the question of whether they even, I guess they wanted to strike the, I guess part of it is definitely that they wanted to hit US bases undeniably, but also you don't have to hit them. Destabilizing these countries has so much consequence. But I hope America First crowd hold out. I know, it's kind of a fucking crazy thing that... Like, I still won't hand it to Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson's still disappointed in really clear ways with that fucking interview. But I think that, like, the thing is that, like, you know, that Tucker Carlson is way better than, like, most fucking Democrats on Palestine, which is really, really saying something of how bad the Democrats are for, like, a racist, transphobic sack of shit, homophobic as well. He's getting old school with the bigotry. But someone who is, like, willing to do all of that stuff is, yeah. Iranians live under a but Vance is in the White House Situation Room monitoring the attack on Iran. 3 paramilitary forces, so 3 of the besieged forces were killed in Iran, apparently in West Azerbaijan. They said it was by Israel and America. By the way, once again, this whole notion that anytime I talk about this, by the way, your politics shouldn't revolve around venerating any authoritarian regime and pretending that it's, like, awesome and that anyone who lives there and is telling you otherwise is always lying to you. Of course there are fucking people who say crazy shit and there are right-wingers in every single country. But, the hard truth is the way in which the things you need to push back on is the way in which Iran is reported on as, like, the big evil in the MENA region. And it is so vindicated to sit there and say, actually, it's very obvious that the US and Israel are the ones who are the major problem within the region, who are the ones who are destabilizing, who are constantly attacking and just causing such major issues. So, like, this notion of, oh, you know, it's all down to the fucking, it's all down to the Palestinians and the Arabs and the Iranians. It's all such fucking nonsense. Apparently, this Fighthooks I don't think is the most reliable news outlet, but anyway, one Saudi close to the royal court suggests the Gulf state might lift their restrictions on America launching strikes from their territory, The Economist reports. Apparently that's coming from The Economist. Be interesting to see where that comes from. The Economist. Let's have a look. Oh, it's all paywalled and I can't be bothered to faff around with it because it will take ages because they've not been done. I mean, that is plausible, but I don't know. I don't 100% know. By the way, as well, I really do love Saudi close to the royal courts. I think it's pretty reliable. It has been, yeah. I guess that it's you're right. It did prove that, but that was true. That was the main one that I found shady. I don't know much about this. It seems to just be like a news aggregator. By the way, the Onion Night is way better. Saudis consider lifting restrictions on US. One Saudi close to the royal state suggests the Gulf states might lift their restrictions on America. Okay, right. Interesting. That's coming from The Economist. That is true. Okay, intriguing. Wow. 3 Angel KSA and translate. I've just seen it. Did you get a haircut? I got a haircut ages ago. I've had a haircut for a while. Tony, when did I get a haircut? I need to get a new fucking headset. I'll do that soon. I know I've been promising. Look at this shit. It's falling apart. Headset's falling apart again. Israel has launched an unprovoked attack on Iran. Genocide obviously isn't enough to satisfy them. Gotta love the Onion Knight, Liam Cunningham, Game of Thrones actor. I haven't tweeted today. To another... Apparently Iran is now detaining people as well who record the aftermath of attacks. I'll probably carry on being live for a bit, but I'm starting to get a bit tired, I'm going to be honest. Like, I've been live for nearly 5 hours, which is quite a lot for me. And I'll be back on tomorrow, definitely, because obviously this is not news that's ending. But it feels like I'm not going to be able to stream for like 6-7 hours. I need to renew my membership. Don't worry if you can't. If you can, greatly appreciated. Christ, was... Apparently missiles are crossing from Karaj to Tehran, but that was actually old. Also, an Iranian Artesh means fire or army, I think. If I've forgotten, Navy destroyer has been struck in the 3rd strategic naval region in Bandar Konarak. So there's been strikes. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, I would have to stay, Look at this. Elon Levy looks, I mean, in his horrible pajamas. But yeah, Elon Levy looks terrible. Go eat, sleep, make a wild love to the missus. I don't have I do have a girlfriend, but they don't live in the UK. They go to another school. I don't have a girlfriend to make wild love to. Oh, God. But no, I probably just won't, I just probably would end the stream for the rest of today. There'll be other people streaming, but obviously I started early on the gamble that most other people wouldn't, and then everyone else would be here. Wait, do YouTube not accept bathtub petrol and tinned goods for YouTube memberships? I'll see what I can do, man. Jesus, apparently this is another strike on in Bahrain. They're really hammering Bahrain now. Seemingly they've realized they can hit Bahrain, but they're struggling to hit the Al Udeid, it would seem. Andre X also posted videos of strikes coming out of... Apparently there have been strikes all day by Iranian rockets attempting to enter. But yeah, you know what? I think I'll probably call it here because I'm starting to flag. I was going to say lovely. I mean, it's quite tough news to cover, but thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for anyone who's donated or supported. Yeah, I realized that like I might go see a couple of friends because otherwise I'm not going to have seen any people before I'm back in Canada. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of the day. And yeah, if you're in the Gulf, if you're anywhere in the MENA, stay safe as possible. I'll be back live tomorrow covering the news. I hope you have a great rest of the day. See you guys later.